Is it not rather peculiar how most conjured selves can go through life never quite capable of seeing through and recognizing the fact that all human corporeal units of local quality of consciousness energy forms are automatically already enlightened? They are the is-ness-ing as the act of the isness of beingness, awarenessing of being aware as the act of self-awarenessing at all times, whilst making appearances in space and time, and is-nessing not of space and time. It is so and not so. We are and we are not. Simply because we, as all appearances of human corporeal units of localized, temporal, temporary quality of consciousness energy forms, are in a type of default position. A default position for an indeterminate duration in space and time, and not of space and time, as though representations of human corporeal manifestations, continuously cycling to be appearing, disappearing, and reappearing as one of innumerable human corporeal forms. All that is and all that is not empty fullness is apparently and not apparently an appearance, an apparent appearance, and a non apparent appearance of absolutely everything, no thinging and no thing everythinging, simultaneously as what is and what is not empty fullness, as both real and unreal, observable and unobservable, knowable and unknowable, and not for, by, from, or to anybody in particular. Absolutely everything is just apparently and not apparently appearing to be a seemingly and not seemingly vicious cycle that is seemingly happening and not seemingly happening throughout this vast infinite universe of infinitudinal complexification ad infinitum. It's extremely awesome the way that absolutely everything apparently and not apparently appears to arise, as it seemingly and not seemingly does, of its own accord and volition, for nobody in particular, and for absolutely anybody that happens to notice and recognize that absolutely everything is apparently and not apparently appearing from absolutely no thing out of nowhere and for no particular meaning, reason, and purpose other than of its own accord and volition ad infinitum. Now notice what I mentioned regarding it is mentioned that what is apparently appearing. When we refer to the human corporeal appearance, that is not whom or who. That is not to say, well, who are you? The human corporeal manifestation is never a whom, never was a whom, never will be a whom. Whom implies what? Separation. Non-duality is all about non-separation. It is about absolutely everything that is non-separate. Nothing is not separate. Nothing is alone. Nothing is exclusively separate. There is no separation. Absolutely everything is non-separation. And then to say, oh no, there's oneness. There's not an exclusive oneness. And then there's everything. And then there's absolutely everything. No. It's just simply non-separation. There is no separate person that knows that. There's nothing to do about that. No matter how many self-professed, self-conjured selves claim that they know what absolutely everything is, and no matter if they claim that they can do something about absolutely everything that is and is not. It is and is not. We are and we are not. Such a claim is not true. It is untrue. It is impossible. It is unknowable. It's simply unknowable. Absolutely everything is unknowable. Doesn't matter, has no meaning, reason, and purpose to simply be. Simply be empty fullness, spacious aliveness, the absolute, simply this, not this, not this.
Oneness, it goes right to the obscuring agent, to the two-ness, and it says not two, because what it's talking about isn't something, it's talking about us. Yeah? So when us, which is the basis of non-duality, seems to be, meaning it's appearing to us that we're identified as a thing, yeah? Now us is now masquerading as two, and it's caught in this movement of subject-object, and then its projection of called duality. And so the great masters of time saw the situation, and they realized there's no point to start describing what is all the time to what's not, because the what's not will override the proclamation of what is. So let's negate the what's not, and then you'll find out that you are what you've been looking for. Yeah? You won't have to hear about your you won't, because you're indescribable. This is the whole point. You're indescribable. So all that happens when you hear about what you are from what you're not, you get concepts, which are more, they laden more and more and more obscuring. Yeah? And so now you think you know what you are, but from what you're not.
Therefore, what is indescribable is simply energy or energetic movements. And that is not an idea, that is not a concept. It's not a concept, it's not an idea, it's not a perception, it's not that which is conceived or thought about or observed. It just simply is that way, regardless of the thought pattern, regardless of the thought form, regardless what is stated in any language, regardless of any claim whatsoever. These are simply facts, and facts cannot be denied. They can neither be denied or ignored. Ignored or relegated to that which is unknowable, simply because absolutely everything is both. It is both knowable and unknowable. It is both knowable and unknowable simultaneously. Real and unreal, observable and unobservable, knowable and unknowable. For nobody in particular, but for absolutely everybody. Now, it's not for everybody in that sense, simply because everybody's already mingling with absolutely everything. And the mingling is not an activity that is thought about, and it's not known. It's not a process. It is coalescing, mingling. All energetic movements are all mingling with absolutely everything. It is not known how that is. It never will be known how that is. And yet, theories will continue. Theories and ideas, the theoretical physicists will continue to come up with theories. Big theories of absolutely everything? No. They dare not say it that way. They dare not. They seem to attempt, though, to say there is a big theory of everything, and that theory of everything is an explanation. So we're going to come up with a book. And then there's an astrophysicist who will place their name on it, as though the names matter. Nobody's name matters. Nothing that anyone has ever done matters, because there is no doing that is happening. It only apparently appears as though there are people doing something, but they're not doing absolutely anything. They're doing absolutely nothing. There's nothing to be done. There's absolutely nothing to be done for this to be absolutely everything, just as it is. Simply this, spacious aliveness, empty fullness, even though, and although it is spoken in English language or any other language, that too does not even matter. Just by speaking of non-duality, all that doesn't matter. All that matters is what? All that matters is absolutely everything continuously apparently appearing for no reason, meaning, and purpose other than of its own accord and volition, and nobody, absolutely nobody, will ever figure that out. It is unknowable, and is no process about it, and yet the attempts will continue to be claimed as though, no, this is the way it is. No, that's the way it is. No, wait a minute, it's actually this way. No, it's that way. Duality. All the duality is futile. The futility of duality. It is. It's futile. In a sense, it's a waste of time. Can time be wasted? It is a figure of speech to say that. There are many figures of speeches. Then why bother speaking at all about anything? There are many conundrums like that. There are many innumerable paradoxical situations whenever non-duality speech is heard and non-duality speech is spoken. There are innumerable paradoxical phrases. The paradoxical phrase is more commonly heard whenever non-duality speech is spoken of in any language. Is there any reason behind that? There is no reason, meaning, and purpose for everything to be absolutely the way that it is and the way that it arises and however it appears. Because it's the totality of absolutely everything that cannot be knowable. It is knowable and unknowable at the same time. Is there content? Is there a knowledge base? Can it be known? The amount? Is there a degree? Is there a percentage of that which is knowable? No. Is there a degree, a percentage of that which is unknowable? No. Why not? It is so and it's not so. It is all of the whys and not whys, hows and not hows. It is absolutely all about everything and no thing. It is no thing, everythinging, and everything, no thinging. For no particular person, for no reason, meaning, and purpose other than of its own accord or volition, ad infinitum. Can anything more be said? Of course it can. More can be stated, more can be said, and it will continue to be stated and said in one of innumerable ways. And that is apparently appearing to be how and why there is ad infinitum. There is infinitudinal complexification. It goes on and on and on. And yet, it is not known how it began, and it will not be known how it will end, because time has absolutely nothing to do with absolutely everything. Time has nothing to do with it. Consciousness has nothing to do with it because consciousness cannot do anything about it. Because it is simply part of it. It's mingling. Consciousness is mingling, time is mingling, although these are concepts, subjectivity, objectivity, absolutely everything. It's all included. It's already included anyway. Energetic movements, all the energetic movements that comprise the innumerable amount of content for absolutely everything to appear as it does. And yet, it seems as though it's extreme balance, that it's perfection, as though everything has a place and a place for everything. It's as though things are in fixed positions when they are not. They only apparently appear to be that way. They apparently appear to be that way, and they not apparently appear to be that way. The appearances are what? They are both real and unreal. They're temporally temporary. Appearances, disappearances, and reappearances, as though it is cycling. It is though absolutely everything that appears is cycling. Is it appearing for the first time? No. Is it appearing for the last time? No. Time has nothing to do with it. Time has absolutely nothing to do with everything. Just as everything has nothing to do with time. Time, is that timing the appearance of absolutely everything? It has been said that way. But is that so? No. It's both so and not so. This is why the statement is mentioned. Everything no-thinging, and no-thing everythinging. It's as though it's looping. It's as though it's a repetitive cycle of absolutely everything, all energies. But they're not contained. They appear to be contained. There appear to be parameters and boundaries. And yet, it's seamless. Absolutely everything is seamless, without parameters, without boundaries. Beyond time. It's timeless. Yes, and it has been stated in that way, using the English language in certain non-duality circles. Timeless wonder, yes. Simply this, yes. The unspoken, yes, yes. Even the spoken, yes. Both the spoken and unspoken, yes. And using the language, English language or any other language on the planet regarding the story of Earth, that is going to go on and on and on and on ad infinitum, forever. Infinitudinal complexification, unending, timeless unendings, no beginning and no end. It is this. It is that Alpha and Omega symbol, the figure 8 on its side. Absolutely everything. Is it contained with that? No. Using subjectivity, objectivity, it could be construed that way, but it's not. It's not. It is and it isn't. It is both. Therefore, the debates will continue to go on and on. You go into Facebook and you'll comment something, and then you'll see an opposite. Either you're going to see an opposite or a debatable response. Whenever a response is given or provided or shared, whenever there's a comment, and then it either gets liked or it's disliked, it's not liked at all of that doesn't matter. None of that matters. That's why there's a lot of laughter, because it apparently appears to be chaotic, but also so radically free that nothing can touch absolutely everything. Nothing can interrupt it. Nothing can interfere with absolutely everything. How can that be? Well, absolutely everything is not coming from anywhere, and it's not going anywhere, simply because it's both. absolutely everything apparently appears to be coming from nowhere, out of nothing. And yet, it can appear as absolutely anything. And within absolutely anything is absolutely everything. Absolutely everything, apparently and non apparently, something can appear within absolutely everything. Anything can appear. Something can appear within anything. It can appear, and yet that appearance is appearing and it's not appearing. In other words, it's apparent and it's not apparent both at the same time, simultaneously. It's real and unreal. We are and we are not. Human corporeal manifestations. We are temporally temporary, and then we are not. From nowhere, out of nowhere, appearing, manifestation, visibly observable in mirrors, in space and time and not of space and time, simultaneously. In space and time appearing, non-local quality of consciousness energy fields outside of space and time, apparently appearing that way, apparently appearing that way, apparently appearing and not appearing. Both, real and unreal, we are and we are not, ad infinitum, over and over and over and over again. And it will never cease, it will never end, because it never even started. The mind cannot grasp that. The paradoxes are they're so confusing to the finite mind. This is why such paradoxical statements regarding non-duality do not make sense to the finite mind. The self-conscious self lives in a world of duality which is finite. It's not infinite. This is why there is no meaning, reason, and purpose behind that. That's why. Because it's not finite. It has nothing to do with finality. It has nothing to do with an end. It has nothing to do with a beginning. Because to imply a beginning is implying that there's an end. And to imply that something ended and is going to begin is then referring to a becoming. Well, we have yet to be enlightened, so we need to seek some more information and develop and gather a knowledge base. Then we'll become enlightened. No, none of that. Spiritual practices, religions, beliefs, all of that is unnecessary, not needed. It's not required, never has been, never will be required. It's all part of a self-conscious self's idea of separation, of duality. And that's where all these ideas stem from. Oh, well, we are important. We're important. Each person that's in society is important. So we need to learn how to become even better than what we think we are. We think we should be a certain way, and there's moral fortitude, and we should follow specific practices so we can improve on ourselves. Self-improvement practices, spiritual practices. Uh, we should try to figure this out so that we can become a better society. Yes, we're evolving. There is an no, no, none of that. All of that is conjured. Absolutely, all of it is conjured. Everything relegated to that which is referring to an evolutionary scale of evolution. No, no, that is all conjured. All of the historical books, all conjurings. Historical books, the history of the earth, there's so many versions of that. And none of them are right, and none of them are wrong. Some could be considered right, some could be considered wrong. There is no concrete correctness and rightness, and there's no concrete absolute wrongness. There's no absolute rightness and no absolute wrongness. Why is that? Because it is and it isn't. See, it's both. And this is why non-separation is the final final word on all of it. It is the solution of all solutions, the truth of all truths. It's the truth of all truths. Non-duality, and that's what non-duality is about, non-separation. Absolutely any conceived thought form and thought or idea has already been thought about. And yet, that's all that can ever happen to a thought. It can only simply be entertained. Why? Because there's absolutely nothing in all of this. This is nothingness appearing as absolutely everything. Nothing appearing as absolutely everything. So no matter what thought pattern or thought form, idea, concept, subject, object, no matter what is discussed, it is real and unreal. It's both. It is definitely not exclusively solid. It is definitely not exclusively real. Nothing is exclusively real. Well, how come that is? Well, why can't anything be exclusively real? Simply because it is both. It is real and it's unreal. You can't leave one out. You can't leave one or the other out. It's not separation. It's absolutely everything. It includes anything and everything that can be thought about. And yet there's still that which is unknowable. That also must be included. And it is included. There's no effort involved where, oh well, we need to gather as much knowledge as we can and we need to try to figure out a way to get over and reach out to that which is unknowable and turn that and bring it into the knowable. No. No. Because it is not exclusively that way. It is not exclusively this way or that way. It's not an exclusivity regarding a duality of some type. It's not all the way correctness, and it's not all the way wrongness. It is both correct and incorrect. It is right and wrong. All of it. Absolutely everything. Absolutely anything that could be thought about. They're just, it is as though that there are recycled, regurgitated thoughts and ideas that are being stated using all the different languages within the story of Earth. There's a story of Earth going on in the human corporeal manifestations. There is such countenance already, and it continues to be discovered as though, well, wait a minute, we're having new discoveries. For the first time, this is going to come out. Breaking news. You're going to see that. That's been going on for many, many years. Ever since languages were formed. Ever since recorded history. There's prehistory. There's prehistoric evidence. There's prehistoric evidence of the human corporeal appearance appearing, but yet it wasn't even recorded yet because language had not been developed to the extent, to the degree that it is today. You know, we say today in the apparent appearance of today, the apparent appearance of these days, these years. We have technology now. Where is it going? It's not going anywhere. It's simply going to appear differently. All of these appearances are appearing differently every single time that the apparent appearance of a human corporeal form utilizes that form, that human corporeal appearance. And yet there is the sleeping dream, and then there's the awake dream. This, whereby speech is uttered and it's heard, and languages are spoken, and there's the reciprocal transmission. There is the transmission of the spoken word, and then there's a response. The transmissions, the sounds, the resonances, the frequencies, all of these are in a very narrow band. And yet there's this awakened dream that nobody awakens from because they are both already asleep and they're awakened simultaneously. This is how and why the sleeping dream of the human corporeal form can apprehend a certain degree of the dreaming, of the night dream. The night dream is a representation of the awakened dream. The awakened dream is also a representation of the sleeping dream or the night dream. Now, when we say night dream and daydream, see, there is duality in that, but when we are referring to both, that is the non-duality, that's the non-separation, which is why in non-duality circles, the non-duality speech sounds so paradoxical, because it is including both the dualities of that which is witnessed or observed. Are there observers? Yes, there's a multitude of observers. The countenance is too great. Yes, there are observers, but there is no ultimate separate observer or witnesser anywhere to be found. That is a conundrum. That's not solvable. That's not a problem. And yet, the metaphysician and the astrophysicist, the scientist, says that is a problem. That's the problem. We have to figure out, how can it be and not be? Why does a double slit experiment do that? Then there's an observer, and then the wave collapses. That should not be happening. We need to figure out why that is a problem. So we're going to call that a problem. No. You know what? Life, just as it appears as it does, it's not a problem to solve. Never was. It's not a problem to simply be. How can that be a problem? It's not. Oh, wait a minute, it has to be a problem because these great minds, these people with degrees, that really matters, because we have to follow what they're saying because they know what they're talking about. It's not about the knowing. It's not about the doing. It's all about just simply being, so let it be. Why can't you just let it be? Why can't they just let it be? Why can't we all just let it be? Because we're being anyway. And we're mingling with it anyway. It's just as light and darkness. It's seamless. There's no separate exclusive light, and there's no separate exclusive darkness. It is both light and darkness. Absolutely everything is both. This is how and why light cannot seek light, because it's already being light. And then there's darkness, which is simply the absence of light. And yet, they are both coalescing and mixed and mingling. That's why these appearances of human corporeal manifestations, they appear real, but they're just appearances. And yet they're energetic movements that are not just real, they're both. They're also unreal. What is the unrealness of that which is unreal? That is ungraspable. That's unknowable. It's unobservable. But it's not exclusively unobservable. You see, it is both. That's the conundrum. That's the paradox. And it always will be that way. It always has been that way. It always will be, always has been, and it is. It is now. And this idea of a future and a past, if a past memory is retrieved, where is that memory coming from? The memory is simply stemming from what? The self-conjured self. Because it's conjuring what? It's conjuring an idea, that belief is to say that, wait a minute, I'm real, I'm physically solid, I'm separate. I'm separate from everybody and everything else. Therefore, that makes me exclusively real and physically solid. And nobody is going to change my mind about that. See? And the majority of self-conjured selves, whenever there's the appearance of a human corporeal manifestation, a unit of local quality of conscious energy form that's humanly corporeal, speaks that way. When it is finally admitted And when the conjured self is convinced enough, and it finally gives up and admits that it is not separate, that it is not separate of itself, it's not a self maintained, a self sufficient, self conjured self with a free will and choice to do as it pleases, with its own existence that believes that it has, that is separate from absolutely everybody and everything else? No. It never was. It only apparently appeared to be that way because it's in the thought, it's in the thinking. Drop all of that. Now, this is how and why spiritual practices were developed and they were conjured. Yes, spiritual practices and religions and beliefs were conjured. How and why was that so? Simply because it was supporting and trying to reinforce, and it did not want to let go of how to come up with a process and say, well, if you're having a problem with your conjured self, here's what to do. You need to refine that mind. You need to refine it with meditative practices and spiritual practices and mantras and repetitive practices like that. Just keep on continuing to repeat over and over and over again. It takes that same type of energetic movement to unravel and unwind and dismiss and dispel the idea of a conjured self. It cannot help itself. It can't help itself because of what automatically happened. It has a default position of beingness, and that cannot ever change. It will always be. It'll always simply be. Be what? Be mingling with absolutely everything that arises and appears of its own accord and volition. It is not of the accord and volition of a separate self, though. Never was that way. It apparently appeared to be that way to what? To that conjured self that took the mind of an action figure, you could say, and then it used that to believe and think, oh, wait a minute. Then why am I thinking that I'm separate from everybody and everything else? Why am I thinking that? Oh, okay. Well, it's ever since when? Oh, it's ever since when I said that, oh, wait a minute. Not only was this going on, I was asking, what is this? Oh, that's your hand, dear. Your parents are telling you, perhaps. Or whatever parental figures that were already self-conjuring and supporting that same idea in the societal structure. So that's your hand. That's what we call it. In the English language, that's what it's called. Mano in Spanish. That's your mano. And then in all the other languages, to speak about a hand, the thing of it is, in all languages, what is that hand? Oh, that's my hand. And you have your hand. Yeah. Can you give me a hand? Can you give me a hand with this, please? So you see, and all that conditioning of the conjured self, it believed that it had its own life to live and it had free will and choice. And it learned that at a very young age. And there's the story of a conjured self developing ever since it was apparently appearing as an infant. See, the appearance of an infant, the appearance to be born, and then the appearance of dying. All these appearances are given labels. Given labels because why? Well, we have to know. We have to know how and why that is. So we need to form a knowledge base. So we have schools. We have public schools. And it goes on and on and on. And see, it's as though those are excuses or reasons. Reasons for everything to appear as it does. Well, we need to know how that is. How is that possible? Well, guess what? It's both possible and it's impossible. You can't leave the impossible out. Oh, but there's probability distributions. That's what Dr. Thomas Campbell told me. That must be how it really is. I read his 3-part book, trilogy, My Big Toe. He says I have my big toe. He has his. He wrote the books, and now he's going around the world sharing this information with everybody because he says, well, everybody, each person has their own big toe, their own big theory, everything. You can use your tool sets, and you can do. Just look into a little bit this consciousness researcher by the name of Dr. Thomas Campbell. He claims he's an expert on consciousness and that he's figured it out and that the universe is finite. And he's figured out that there's a historical database. You can have out-of-body experiences at will. You can take your own body and then separate and then use that astral body and travel. And he's claiming that that's what is happening in the night dream. The night dream. See, getting back to that, it is simply just a night dream. It is not someplace else other than this. It only appears that way. It's just an apparent appearance. Why? How is that? Because the mind's doing that. It's a mind job. It's the mental thought system doing that. How is the mental thought system doing that? It's simply taking thoughts and getting a self-conscious conscious self and convincing that to believe that it is separate. That it is a separate individual being. That it is a separate entity that has its own name, and then it supports the idea, well, you have a birth certificate, don't you? You know you were born. You have parents. You have a place, a city, and a city and a state, or a part of the world that you were born. Just check your certificate. That's how you know. That's your evidence that you are a single person. A very special one with your very own name, your birth name and birthright. No. No, but see, but that was something learned, wasn't it? Sure. All of these things were learned and implied and then applied. They were implied and then applied to the human corporeal appearance. See, it wasn't just a human corporeal appearance at one point. The way that it all started was the self-conscious conscious self began. It has a beginning, and that has an end. Notice that. Notice that which does not have a beginning and does not have an end. What does not have a beginning and has no end? Absolutely everything. Absolutely everything. Empty fullness, simply this, just this, simply this, empty fullness, spacious aliveness. Call it whatever the fuck you want to call it. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter whatever the fuck you call it. What does apparently appear to make sense, though? What is making sense? Well, what is logic? Well, logic is that which makes sense. Does absolutely everything make sense? No. Therefore, if absolutely everything does not make sense, everything else doesn't have to make sense. It never had to. For absolutely everything to appear as it does. And yet, the self-conscious conscious self wants to figure it out. It wants to know. It needs to know. It can't help itself. It has to know. Even if it's an unreal, made-up conjuring, it's satisfied with even that much. At least it's something that they can say. It's some concept, idea, it's a subject they can talk about. And they can use objectivity, and then they can separate that into a belief, particular belief. That's why you have so many different religious beliefs in the story of Earth. That's why it became that way. Did it become that way? Sure. Was it always that way? No. Is it that way now? No. It's both. It is that way that was conjured, and it's not that way. It never was that way. Only apparently appears to be that way. Why? Because of time. Time has given the illusion support. Consciousness is in cahoots with time to do what? To support both. Consciousness supporting time, time supporting consciousness. And then what gets dragged along? Gets dragged along, the self-conjured conjured self gets dragged along with a consciousness and through time. And then all that apparently appears to be happening when it's not. Never was. It never was going on. It's not even happening now. And it's not going to be happening in the future because there is no future and there was no past. There is simply just nowness all the time. Even outside of time, there are no events going on. But this apparently appears to be the setup. This is the setup. The story of Earth is a setup. Yeah. Cosmic joke, call it whatever you want. Call it a cosmic joke, call it a setup, stage. All the world's a stage. Each human corporeal manifestation is just a player, an actor. They're just acting out a role of a character. Take your pick. You already have, haven't you? Sure you have. Because you settled with that birth name and birthright. So there's your character. And see, that's how the idea was conjured regarding my big toe, the big theory of everything, avatars. The self-conjured self, that same idea was placed into that type of book in that approach, using those ideas and concepts that are mentioned in my book, My Big Toe. See, his big book, he says each avatar has their own character, and they're going through these different worlds. This happens to be one of the worlds, and you get many lives. It's just like a video game, and then this is really a matrix, and this is a hologram, and then it could be a computer program running in some other entity's computer program, and that the reality base is a matrix. And see, all of these conjurings and these conjured ideas, they're going to continue on. Why? Because the mental thought system, man, as it churns them out, what's going to happen? Then a separate conjured self, as the mind of a body mind, just yearns to grab knowledge and information, and take that information and turn it to an idea and a concept, turn it into a story about what? Well, wait a minute, there's this evolutionary process that's going on. Each animal has its own evolutionary scale. Uh, each plant, each animal, each see, and then we start categorizing it. Why are we doing this? Why are there human corporeal manifestations that are taking a mind, and then they are agreeing in groups, and they're going out and referring to various subject matter, subject matters about what is apparently appearing to be observed. Whatever's being observed, it needs to be identified, and we need to know about it because it's observable. If something's observable, then what's going to happen to that? Whatever is observable is going to be named and labeled. And the moment it's named and labeled, what happens? Separation. It is as though the human species, or what we are referring to, the human corporeal form, needs to dissect and dismantle reality, so to speak. It wants to dismantle reality and take it apart because it wants to figure it out. Good luck with that one. The astrophysicists taking it on, though, aren't they? Sure they are. The metaphysicians taking that on and coming up with theories, string theory, all these different theories, and my big theory of everything, and the universe is one giant hologram. It's finite. It has boundaries, has parameters. No. No, no, no. All conjured. Fucking self-conjured conjuring so much of that crap, man. Oh, that's why nobody can think straight. You can't fucking have a thought and then carry that and say, oh, well, this thought right here, here's a concise one. This is the subject we're referring to. Subjects and objects, all that. Drop absolutely all of it. All of that's unnecessary. You don't need any of it. Nobody needs it. You can't do anything with it. The self-conjured self will still try, though. It will still make every effort to do that because it's just in a habit of being that way. Is it really being that way? Well, it thinks it is. It thinks it's being like that because it believes what? It believes, well, nobody could possibly be thinking the thoughts that I'm thinking. I'm coming up with something new, so I want to be recognized. I want to write a book about what I think about. What I'm thinking, I have my story. My story is important. I think my story is important. Would you like to read about my story? Okay, well, I'll write a book, and just hang in there, and I'll tell you about it. Maybe I'll create a website, and then you can check that out. And then, see, it goes on and on and on like that. Every single human corporeal manifestation believes that they have some important story to tell that's unlike anybody else's story. It's just a similar story. All the stories of a conjured self are going to be quite similar. Why? Because of the setup. Here's the setup. What kind of setup is this? It is the kind of setup that any conjured self gives it meaning to be that way, as that kind of setup. So whatever mind is entertaining particular thoughts and it believes those thoughts, so it is. So whatever is thought about is either going to be believed or disbelieved. Neither needs to be going on. Neither belief or disbelief. Neither of it. Drop it all because it doesn't matter. None of that matters, so drop all of it. This is why these meditative practices are the unraveling, unwinding. The Tibetan monks, repetitive mantras, because all they're simply saying over and over and over again are different parts of the mental thought system that develop this idea of my hand, my body, my life within absolutely everything. I have a separate life, separate from absolutely everything else. And there are separate bodies around you and I, and each one has their own life that they're living, and they have their own mind to use, and their free will and choice to use it. See how? That's how it spun. That is precisely how it began to spin. Just like that. This is why it takes almost nearly as much time and years of time that were spent, so to speak, time that was spent doing what? Oh, my life, well, I gotta go to my job tomorrow. I gotta get up out of my bed because I live in my house. I have my life to live. I need to direct it. I have my career. I have my things. This is my life, and I'll get on Facebook and I'll do some selfies of my face and I'll put it on there, and I'm going to share about my. Nobody gives a rat's ass. Nobody cares, and if they do care, it's because they care about themselves in the same way. They care about a self that they believe that they are. They believe that they are a separate self, with a birth name and birthright. They believe that. They come up. They create a Facebook page and say, "Well, look, this is the story of my life." No, it's just a story of a life. It's a story of life. And then you took that and separated and turned it and called it my life. There's just simply life, but no, not good enough for a self-conjured self. Not good enough. That self-conjured self says, no, I have my life to live. It's an individual, very special one. And see, that's how the ego kind of developed, because it was told that. And it was perpetuated in society. Society's unreal. It's not real. Never was real. Society, you know, Russell Brand might even go that far, but if he tries to go that far, he's getting very close. So, as I'm referring to a couple of famous people, isn't it interesting that they are? Isn't it interesting that they're comedians? You know what I need to do? I need to take the. Forgot to remove this. What the fuck you call those? Screensavers. Fucking screen. Blah, blah. Screensaver. Screensaver keeps getting in the way. Russell Brand, he's starting to talk about this sort of thing. The American equivalent, they're both comedians, of course. Jim Carrey. Check it out. You'll notice. Jim Carrey, he's trying to refer to the non-duality message. He's trying to share that, but you see, he's kind of novice with it. His self-conjured self is Jim Carrey. It's a birth name and birthright. He's struggling with that right now. And he should study about it a bit more. And when I say study about it, to realize or recognize, he's already recognizing that he's not really there, and nobody that claims to have a name is a separate person. And they're unreal. But it's the way he's saying it. He's saying it too quickly and too abruptly, and then it's going to cause what? Well, then it's going to cause the majority of self-conjured conscious self to point fingers at him, saying, "Oh, he's losing his mind. He's going crazy. He's losing his mind." Now let's take that phrase there. Take that phrase. Losing your mind? There is no mind to lose, is there? Ah, interesting. See, we could take that right there and then apply that to the non-dual message about regarding non-duality, non-separation. Okay, so if it is stated that a body mind, yeah, human corporeal appearance, body mind, is losing its mind, it's going insane, it's going crazy, it can no longer function in reality, it can no longer function properly. What's happening there? What's happening? Now, can a human corporeal manifestation go too far and become insane? Sure it could. Yeah. Is that dividing line, is that a way to identify and tell or be able to detect that a body mind is losing its ability to interact and integrate in society? Another story. That's part of the story. It is part of the story because what happens then, they are told that they need special care because they can no longer take care of their own bodies. That's what this is the way they say it, because that's that particular person's body that lost its mind and it lost its ability to take care of itself. So many questions arise out of that or stem from that, simply because observing. There's so many signs or manifestations, the manner by which they're different little degrees. And look at the mental projections or the thoughts that are going on and the way that thoughts are handled. Are thoughts being handled by a separate person? Apparently appears to be that way, doesn't it? See, the speech is so tightly surrounding individuality. Notice that. Notice how tightly wound a conjured self can use words and can use the English language and turn it around in such a way that it defends itself. It defends itself in that way by placing these type of psychological defenses to say that, well, I know I'm not crazy because I can still communicate rationally. I can still make sense to some degree. So, where's the dividing line? Where's that dividing line whereby a person, I was referring to an individual person, the idea of a self-conjured self, in non-duality circles, this is what we refer to as a human corporeal manifestation that is still self-identifying with a separate self. Self-identification of a separate self. Is that sane to do so? For to say that you are not an individual person is already the beginning of insanity? In a sense, it is construed that way if you give it careful thought. Think about that for a minute. Now, do you have to think about it? Well, in time, this is why the speech sounds that way. Well, I need to think about it. Can I sleep on it? Yeah, I'll sleep on it and I'll think about it. Or I could meditate on it. I'll consider and entertain that idea. What idea? The idea of being able to come up with an idea, or come up with several ideas, or more than one idea. So life for, is it for? Is life for the individual, for the person? Life is simply life. Is it for? Is it happening to you? Is life happening to you in some way? Is life happening to me in some way? See how the language goes? It's been supporting in so many different ways. It supports the separate person, the individual. It supports it in society, which all of it, of course, is just conjured. But you don't notice that. What doesn't notice it? The conjured self doesn't notice it because it is so immersed and so wrapped up in individuality for so many years that it has been overlooked. The obvious has been overlooked. See, the reflection in the mirror, that's the manifestation of what a human corporeal local unit of quality conscious energy form. Therefore, the science of self-realization is what? This is the science of self-realization. The Upanishads, as they were written, as the Vedanta was recorded, all those many thousand years ago. You had the Upanishads and the Gita when they were written in India. That right there is tracing back to the origins of what? The origins of non-duality. And there's the source. The source of what? Beingness. Recognizing. Recognizing the mingling with absolutely everything. But it's just a mystery. It's just incredible. It's beyond anything that can be imagined. Any thought that could be conjured, it's beyond that. It's beyond the wildest dream, the wildest night dream. It's beyond that as well. To understand or to know how is absolutely everything appearing as it arises of its own accord of volition. How is that? It's unknowable. It's not a problem. It's not a problem to figure that out because it can't be known. It can't be figured out. It's unknowable. So you simply let it be. See, this is why you hear some of those self-conjured selves that are admitting, was I doing that? Was the I doing that? And then there is that. Self cannot get out of self. There's the I. There's the you. There's the I, and you're an I. Are you a separate I? No. But it seems to be that way. You seem to be a you, and I seem to be an I. And there's you and I. But there can't be a separate you and a separate I, can there? Or you can't call yourself and turn it around and say that you are the I, and I'm the you. You're pointing to the you, which is, see? See, notice that paradoxical scenario, that situation right there already. That's how we are and we are not. You see? It's the you and I interplay. Yeah? You, I. But not me. Because the moment you start saying me, there's even more separation in that. So it's as though there's different levels of awakening. They call it enlightenment. Levels of awareness. That's where the spiritual teachings came about. They're stemming from that. Right there at that point. Entertaining that type of thought. Right there. That can go in so many different directions, couldn't it? From that point. To take that idea of you and I. But the I is the same as the me, is it not? But see, there's the conjuring. It is, the mental thought system is so damn clever, see? It is so clever because at that point it gets you to stop and entertain that idea and think, wait a minute. No. That can't be. It can't be just you and I. Because if it was that way, then that means you are a separate you and I am a separate me. And that non-duality was a see, it's as though it could be turned around and saying, well, the self-conjuring is that. The Upanishads and the Gita and all that, that's the conjuring. And that the separation that is desperately trying to be reinforced by the non-dualist or the Advaitists Yeah, the Advaitins is saying, oh, everything is not separation. And yet we carry on as though you have your life to live and I have my life to live, and it appears that way. It does appear that way. So then the mind begins to entertain that idea and say, well, what if it's like that? What if it's the other way around then? This message regarding Advaita Vedanta and non-duality, what if that's referring to the self-conjuring of a self-conjured self? It's conjuring that idea, and that the separate uniqueness of each individual is okay. It is all right for that to be that way. And then, if you take that a step further, though, you say, oh, wait. No, 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 no. It's both then. But of course. Sure it is. It's both. It's just like it's just the same as without light there's darkness, and without darkness there is light, and they're both mingling with each other depending upon the frequency of energetic movement and the degree of light or the degree of the absence of light that's there. What does one override the other? Apparently light overrides darkness, because darkness would be the shadow of the light. Because then there's the idea of an obstruction. What is the obstruction? It's the observer. And this is why the wave collapses. The wave collapses in the double slit experiment, because it's the energetic movement of the observer that's causing that change, like as though it's an interference pattern, and then it collapses the wave because the observer is taking its energy, its emanation, its manifestation, and is causing a disruption of the double slit experiment. So you see, then there's this idea of, well, then the energetic movement of a non-local quality of conscious energy field appears as though it's a separate energy field, but it appears separate in what manner does that appearance appear separate, that manifestation? From nowhere, from nothing, and then appears out of nowhere, from nothing, and then into something that's appearing as a separate manifestation, as a human corporeal form, as a unit of local quality consciousness. See, you can't get out of that either. So it's both. Since self cannot get out of self, yeah, yet, at the same time, that self that cannot get out of self apparently appear to have a beginning or have an inception. Somehow there was an inception. Suddenly, out of nowhere, it appeared. How did it appear? Birth. Born. Born as a human corporeal appearance, as an infant. And of course, from a womb. From the womb of what? A female human corporeal form. And so, is that a brand new, see, and then that question arises, doesn't it? Is that a brand new entity? Is that a brand new non-local quality consciousness energy field entering to be appearing in space and time, although it is not of space and time? See, it's both. It's a timeless energetic movement, and in spiritual circles they refer to that as a soul. And then there's this idea, even in the some of the writings of the Gnostics or the Hermetics, they refer to a well of souls. It's as though there's some kind of non-local energy field. And then, see, this is where the conscious reacher jumps right on that one and says, well, I already wrote that chapter in my book, My Big Theory of Everything. Thomas Campbell will tell you. That is the historical database you're referring to. The historical database is the Well of Souls. And that's where all these different avatars are coming from. They're coming from that dimension. See, and then there's reference to dimensions, but that would make it out to be separate, though, wouldn't it? It would be a separate dimension, and oh yeah, I said I was gonna stop the. Hold on, let me sort this out. These fucking ads, man. Oh, look at that! Look at that shit, man. These ads. Get real bad about these ads, and you have to get one of those. Uh, those of us, those of you that are viewer, you remember that there was a time, the inception of the internet back in the late '80s, early '90s. Windows 95 came out, and then the internet began to develop, and then pop-ups. Oh man, and they started making for the pop-ups and popping up everywhere. If you don't have an ad blocker, yeah, a pop-up blocker, of course, that's what they called it. And then now it's getting to the point of where you have to have one, some type of ad blocker, if you just want to surf the internet without being bombarded with marketing schemes, with digital marketing schemes. Oh man, some of these scenes that you notice here, they're local scenes taken from sunrises and sunsets. And on my YouTube channel, I use those original pictures. Call them original pictures. They're just what makes them original. It doesn't make them original. It's just what's visible, capturing something that's visible and capturing it with a camera, and then putting it out just for appearance's sake. Yeah, well, it looks nice. Nature, just an appreciation of nature. That's all it is. Yeah. Have to make it out of some big production. I don't have to make a big production out of anything, really. Everything simply is what it is. You can enjoy it or not enjoy it. Yeah, the simplicity. Okay, so what do we do here? We go into the view. No, it's the display settings, definitely, isn't it? Just personalizing that. I think it's the time it shows up, isn't it? The display, or is it nightlight off? Multiple displays. There it is, the power in it. Well, say I put the screensaver, plugged in, turn off. Oh, I think I know what it is. It's it's just that one screensaver. I go to the display, I think it's where it is. Change screen brightness. I'll pause this, wasting this video time.
Unbelievable. So this whole thing is they saw the failedness of that methodology of talking about everything is consciousness and all this and all that, because what's most important is who or what's hearing that. Yeah. So if what you're not keeps hearing about what it is, it's the hearing about what it is just reinforces what it's not. You don't. It can't get out. Yeah.
Wearing the orange glasses, everything looks orange.
So this whole message, the whole starting point and the complete end point of non-duality is negation. It's just negating how things seem to be.
Okay, so seemingly being, negating that which is seemingly being. Yes. What is conjured? A self-conjured self is conjuring what? Conjuring the idea that they are an independent, self-sufficient, self-conjured self that has its own free will and choice to live its life the way it wants to live it. And it had been doing that all along because that's what it believed. Now, it all began with belief. It all began with learning. The natural development. Now, what is considered natural development? Well, it's not necessarily natural, but it is the default position, so to speak, of what? Of society. The idea that there's a societal structure and that that's the best structure or process to go along with. Mainly attributed to those body minds, yeah, those self-conjured cells that find them born, they find themselves. Are they finding, or is it discovery, or it's noticing? It's really interesting, though. The human corporeal unit of local quality consciousness, temporary energy form that's at stage, and it apparently appears to be a stage because it's appearing as a young baby, as a young infant that's born. So the birth process itself could be construed as just another appearance. Just as the appearance of newborn animals of various varieties, of various species, yeah, that are named, that are so named, this, that, or the other, whatever name that's going to be used. They were Latin names at first, and now they're English names, depending, of course, on which language that the human corporeal manifestation communicates with. The verbiage that is used, the expression. So, if it is to be said that a human corporeal manifestation is just an appearance, then it is an appearance of a human corporeal form as a unit of local quality consciousness energy. It's an energy form of manifestation. Is it that exclusively? Just an appearance as a manifestation visibly observable in mirrors? Is that all that it is? No. It is both. It is both that manifestation and appearance and the energy behind it. Yes, just as a projection. Just as the old projector movies. You know, there was the screen, and there was a projector, and in the projector had lights, and the projection device, the motion picture device, the projector, it projected an image onto a screen. So in a sense, in many non-duality circles, a Neo-Advaitist, so to speak, to use that analogy loosely, the Neo-Advaitist is equivalent to the guru or the speaker of non-duality. Just as Ramana Maharshi, these gurus of fame, we say they're famous because they were sharing the knowledge base behind the first writings of the Upanishads and Gita, where we have the original writings. And what we're referring to as original, what makes those writings original? Well, they were some of the very first recorded writings. And then you hear of lost scrolls and lost books, lost writings. And you hear that in other circles of spirituality and religious circles. The Gnostic Gospels, the Gnostic Gospels, the Hammadi writings, whereby the avatar, the spiritual leader, the teacher of righteousness, master of justice, Yahashua, or the Christed one, the anointed one, Jesus Christ, you know, the They're very, very popular and very well known in Christian circles regarding Christ as the Son of Man, as they called him, referred him to as the Son of Man. And there's a whole other dynamic of a belief system behind that, which is very prominent, very strong. How did that come about? Well, that could be a whole other subject to refer to talk about. But in a sense, it's kind of similar. It is very, very similar in the way that the Buddha is referred to as a great teacher as well. He was referred to as a master of justice, as a teacher of righteousness, and not necessarily so much the Son of Man, but he did bring much truth to the people in India, and then spread throughout the world, just as Christianity did the same thing. These messages that are referred to as messages, they were referred to as teachings, but they're not really teachings, they're simply messages. But these messages were turned into teachings because there was the student-teacher relationship that is very, very predominant and strong in the societal structure. Societal structure of America, United States, Canada, here in the United Kingdom, Australia, the majority of those predominant English-speaking cultures and countries with the story of Earth. Okay, so there's another version of the story of Earth. So there's so many different versions regarding the story of Earth, and then regarding the story of the human corporeal manifestation, some of the very first ones. Then you have prehistoric, and then you have the historical accounts that are the standard ones that were placed into academia. They were placed into academia so that what? So that the societal structure could be perpetuated. And then whatever is in these textbooks of academia, a group of conjured cells got together and said this is going to be the academia. This is going to be the content of the literature of the history of the story of Earth that is going to be taught to the masses. When they say taught to the masses, those that are on the grid. If there's going to be a conjured self that's going to be part of that grid, if they want to live and exist and not be homeless, then what? We're going to have to follow those rules. Those are the best rules they had set up. Those are the ones. And by the way, that institution is just teetering. It is, because there's government leaders that are trying to reduce the populations, and then you get these conspiracy theorists that say, oh yes, the elite, and then the most powerful families, the Rothschilds and the bankers, and those that are controlling the balance of wealth and have always have been. Those are the ones that are in charge and control of that societal structure. And they're very, very well off. And there's it's just so imbalanced, the balance of wealth across the board, whereby if we're referring to civilization, referring to the human corporeal form, if you are seemingly born, and when I say you, a unit of local quality consciousness energy form as the body-mind, the very familiar body-mind form, is treated in this way. And lesser numbers of human corporeal forms are less mouths to feed, and less human corporeal forms that are going to put a strain on the societal structure system that's already trying to accommodate up to close to 7 or 8 billion or so. But out of those 7 or 8 billion, that is not counting some of the other countries that are considered third world countries, quotation marks, third world countries, and so there we get into economics, we get into political situations, politics, and that type of thing. And again, all of it, absolutely all of it, is conjured. What is the setup of all setups? The setup of all setups is the apparent appearance of a setup as it stands, whereby that which is visibly observable or knowable is visibly seen and witnessed as though absolutely everything is manifesting in space and time. Without space and time, there wouldn't be manifestation to be witnessed, would there? It's it's a type of a paradoxical situation that you can't have this without that, you can't have that without this. There's a duality, yeah, but there is more going on behind that. Behind the scenes, it's really absolutely everything, and then it's simply this. Absolutely everything is simply this. It's a way of using speech, the English language, to say the same thing. Empty fullness, simply this, not this, not this. Spacious aliveness. Phrases, English phrases, they still don't even matter. Just to utter it, just to speak it, doesn't even matter. None of it does. And yet, it is spoken of. And yet, it apparently appears to be, although factual, it is still seemingly the foundations of all that is, of absolutely everything. Those are the foundations of what apparently appears to be and not apparently appears to be. We are and we are not. It is and it isn't. So that's the foundation of absolutely everything. Is it a foundation? Is it the end all? No, it's no beginning, it's no end. Is it a means to an end? No. It is neither. It is neither a means to an end or not a means to an end. There is no beginning and there is no end. There's the conundrum, there's the paradox of absolutely everything. Is absolutely everything a paradox? No. It just simply is simply this, just this, empty fullness, spacious aliveness, just simply this. That's it. End of all stories. In fact, even the stories that were conjured, all of those are insignificant. Drop absolutely every single conjuring that there is. Every single conjuring. Why? Because it doesn't matter. Why does it not matter? Because there's nobody, no single individual carrying the absolute truth with them, carrying it around in their back pocket saying, okay, we're all ready to get together now, using the message of non-duality, Advaita Vedanta, and now we're all going to group together and form a club. And each non-duality speaker is going to hold its own satsang, and then here's separation all over again. There it goes, happening all over again. You just can't help themselves, can you? No, you cannot help yourself in that respect. You're going to manifest to do what? Well, I want to know what I'm about. So if I'm going to learn and know what I'm about, then we need to discuss it. We need to get together and talk about that. Why? Why can't you just be? Why can't you just be at peace? Yeah? Why not start from there and end there and just continue that way? No, not good enough. Not good enough for what? Not good enough for the self-conjure self, because there's innumerable self-conjure selves, and there's a next generation coming right behind that one, and another generation right behind that one, and it's perpetuating the self-conjuring. The self-conjuring and the self-conjured self, and society is going to keep going, because that is the only setup that apparently appears to work. And it has been working. And it has been consistent. It is consistent. There's the evidence. Where's the evidence? Well, it's in academia. Well, how did that all begin? Well, look into it and you could find out. Well, do we have to? Does it matter? Well, it matters and it doesn't matter. Both. It matters to some and it doesn't even matter to anybody. But ultimately, if you step behind absolutely everything, you step back and observe it and see that, oh, wait a minute, all of it doesn't matter. Why? Because it's simply just an appearance of absolutely everything. But does that need to be known? Yes, of course it does. To what? To a self-conjured self. And there it goes on. It just keeps spinning that way over and over and over again. And then you have the debates. Then you have the Neo-Advaitins saying, well, look, it's this way. No. And then the subconscious cells that are already grouped together in society saying, no, this is the way it really is. We're all exclusively real. We had a beginning. We were born. And then we're going to have an end. And we'll die. And that's it. That's it. That's just a story. And, well, what happens to that energy, that appearance of a human corporeal form? Where does it go? What happens to it? Nobody knows. Why? Because it's unknowable. Well, it can't be unknowable. That's not good enough. See? And then it spins like that. One way or the other, the subconscious cell is going to figure out to try to have its own way. It's going to have its own way. Why? Because it's the most stubborn mental projection. It is a mental projection. It's a mental conundrum. It is all about that. It's all about that mental construct that gets a hold of body mind and uses that mind and to convince it and perpetuate the same system that's been working. Now, although it's a failed system, it only apparently appears to work for what? It works for the self-conscious self because it's in favor of that. It's in favor of that self-conscious self. So, do these spiritual teachings and do these meditative practices and all of these things that are relegated to worshiping deities and all that sort of thing, is that required? No. Is that required to be? No. Do we need to know about the being? No. Do we have to follow certain types of processes and ways of being? No. It's already knowable. It's the default position. Even the innocent ones, even prior to the to the individuality, to the development, the beginning of a self-conscious self, when the innocence is in a sense distorted and interfered with the natural default position of beingness, which of course is the human corporeal form. It is already in the default position, but what happens? The self-conscious cells that are already in space and time have already tried to change the natural state that this dream reality has always been, but it's being interfered with. Why? Because this interference is seemingly predominant over what? Predominant as a distortion or an interference pattern, energetic fields of self-conjured conjurings, the self-conjured self interfering with what? Absolutely everything. It is already whole, complete, and full, and at peace. It's balanced. It's perfection. It's perfect balance, just as it is appearing. Nothing can interfere with that. But they get into this mindset. The self-conscious self gets into this mindset. The mental thought system, although it's a failed system, still captures the attention of the body mind at a certain point. Is it doing that on purpose? Is there some type of conspiracy going on? No, it only apparently appears to be. How? Well, if the thought is entertained enough, then you get groups of self-conscious cells that believe, and then believes. If a self-conscious self or a group of self-conscious cells believe in something, so it is. But it's not. It's not really that way. It's just creating the idea of something to exist when nothing exists of its own accord and volition. Absolutely nothing does. There is no separation. This is what non-duality is all about. It's all about non-separation. Does it need to be put into a book and a literature and a spiritual practice does every single self-conscious self that realizes and admits that it is not separate from everybody and everything else, once it recognizes that, does it need to go spend 7 years in Tibet and then chant, I am not a body, I am not a body, and mantras and things like that? No, of course not, because it was already being. It was already in the default position all along. It was always in the default position. So what interfered with that? The mental thought system, which is a failed system. And the failures and the blue screens, so to speak, the blue screens on all these monitors of these units of local quality conscious energy forms, those blue screens are showing up left, right, center before that self-conjured conjured self. And that failed system's failing even worse. It's kind of reminiscent of the manner by which Neo figured out the code, the ones and zeros, and figured out that okay, it's all appearing real. It's a system, but it's a systematic system that's run by, well, in this case, of course, it's a mental thought system. The mental thought system would manifest as a bunch of machines, and that the true reality is being withheld. The true reality is being obstructed by what? By the idea of separation, the idea of individuality, the idea of every man, woman, and child for themselves. That what's important? Well, my importance might be different than your importance. So here's the separation all over again. So Conjured Self says, I'm living my life a certain way because I chose to live my life a certain way because these were my choices that I made. Oh, at some point you did that, really. So when you were born, you already knew all these choices, did you? No. Notice that. See, it can be traced easily. It can easily be traced how a self-conjured conjured self begins to develop. And then begins to take on that idea and begins to agree. It doesn't have a choice, does it? Of course not. The innocent unit of local human corporeal quality conscious energy form as an infant cannot defend itself. It cannot communicate to say, look, this system of the societal structure and this imbalance of obtaining sustenance, food, shelter, the basic necessities for a human corporeal manifestation in space and time. There is an indeterminate duration of time it's going to be spending doing what? It's going to apparently appear to be doing what? Existing. Well, that's the appearance of it. It's obvious that there is this sensation of solidity, of physicality, and at the same time, there is this recognition that behind the physicality, or the mental projection or the mental thoughts that are so very convincing, that when this action is taken by a body mind, it is stating that these are my fingers I'm rubbing together. No. Those are simply fingers rubbing together. But wait a minute, aren't these mine? Because I have my body. This is my body. This is me. And I know I'm an individual because I was born into this reality, into this world, and I have a birth certificate that demonstrates that shows that. That's evidence. The evidence that I'm an individual with a birth name and birthright. I could go to Ancestry.com. I could trace back my family tree, my ancestral tree, the genetic code of the body mind. What about that? Isn't that proof enough? Isn't that evidence? That's not all. That's not all of it. No, that's only a portion. That's only a small portion. So you see how complex it seems. Oh, the Neo-Advaitins says, oh, it's a lot simpler than that. When are you going to learn to simplify and realize it's so much more simple? It's just simply this, leave it there. No, you cannot. Why? Because the self-conjured self is so immersed in the separation of individuality that it gets even to the point of where once it is recognized and the me has dropped, the me has died, there's no proof, evidence anywhere that it ever existed because it never existed in the first place. It was all conjured. This is why I refer you to the self-conjured self. And the self-conjuring of the self-conjured self takes the mental thought system, and man, it has a field day with it. There's a minefield created, a minefield of individuality and duality, and it's just been cooking that way. It's just been developing and been going on and on for many years in time, in space and time, and all the while simply just being timeless, energetic movements. That is the essence of the human corporeal form. It's an energy field. It's temporary. It will not always appear that way. This is why time apparently appears to cause the appearances to appear as though there's entropy, there's aging, there's a lessening of the energy field that's manifesting the human corporeal form for an indeterminate duration in space and time. It's just like the life cycle or the life of a light bulb. If we were to refer to an analogy here, then we can refer to the light bulb because it emanates what? It emanates artificial light. It has a filament. We can refer to something that is an object or solid because it's a subject that can be discussed. What other way is the self-conjured self going to realize and recognize that it is not independent of itself? How else is it going to recognize that? You gotta throw all of these you have to throw all of these variable different types of concepts and ideas and say, look, non-separation, 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 all different types of them. And eventually one will get through. And that's why so many are going over the heads of the self-conjured self, so to speak. Well, I don't understand what these people about non-duality are talking about. It, man, it goes way over my head. Precisely. That's where the Neo-Advaitins is aiming for. Those that are still steeped in the belief of a societal structure. Oh yeah, obviously it does work. We're not going to deny that the societal structure apparently appears to be working and that it apparently appears to be real, but it really isn't. Just because, look, it can be conjured, that same idea that there is a societal structure and you have to go to school at a certain age, certain time frame, and taking time to recognize and realize, look, in time, everything is happening in time. Everything apparently appears and not apparently appears. But that which is apparently appearing in space and time is observably visible in mirrors. This is what is apparently appearing to be used and utilized and accessed. And so, there's this debate now. Yeah? And it's always been this way. There's always been this debate. And it may always be that way. For what? Well, not for, but it apparently appears to be the setup whereby a human corporeal manifestation is going to be apparently appearing as another reappearance. You're going to have the appearance of a human corporeal unit of local quality conscious energy manifesting again and again, over and over, next generation. It only seems, though, that there's an increase, percentage-wise, as time goes along. So there's this setup, the story of Earth, and you have the human civilizations, and then you have populations. And it seems to build up to a certain point. It gets so many of the countenance, and then suddenly there is a planetary deluge. There's an apocalyptic scene. It has happened before. Based on what? Well, did that happen before? See, the Neo-Advaitins is going to say, well, nothing has happened in the past. That was all a delusion. It was an illusion. It never really happened. Really. So there's a conundrum. How can that be apprehended and understood? That there's this memory of a past, there's this memory, but I cannot recall the birth the birth of the human corporeal form. Can you actually capture that? Can you capture that in the mind? In the mind of the body mind? Can the body mind go back into that point in space and time of its inception? Of course not. No. And yet, was that conjured? It just apparently appeared to have happened. See, that's always going to be the default position whenever non-duality is discussed. Oh, it just apparently appears to be something that's happening. You can't control it. You can't do anything about it. It's just the way it is. Everything's just the way that it is. It's just simply this. It's just that way. Get used to it, like it or not. No, it's not good enough. Not good enough for what? It's not good enough for that self-conjured self that believes it is separate from everybody and everything else, and it has its own take on that. It has its own take on life. Saying, you know what? If I have my own life to live, then I'm going to live it the way I see fit. Yes. Stubborn, self-conjured self. Stubborn till the very end, and it doesn't realize that there is no end. So, what is that stubborn, self-conjured self to do? Well, just not going to sit around twiddling thumbs, are we? Just going to sit around and do nothing. But then again, the moment that you think you're doing something, are you really doing anything? No. See? The paradox all over again. Self cannot get out of self. All right, so what is self to do? Self doesn't have to do anything because it never was doing anything to begin with. See, there it goes. There it goes again. The paradoxical, pedantic speech all over again. But it's true. The self-conjured self just conjured it all up. It believed that it was so in a certain way, but it's not so. That's not happening. It never happened. It was conjured. How and why was it conjured? Mental thought system. Thought about it a certain way. Thought about separation. Thought about individuality. Thought about uniqueness. Came up with names, birthrights. And this has been perpetuated all along. And so convincingly, seemingly real and final, a finality, that the beginning was a brand new beginning for that person, and that it was born, and it will live a life of an indeterminate duration of time, in space and time, and that it will die. It will have an end, and that's it. End of that story. It will never come back again. It will never return. It will never return. Really? Does anybody know that? So, there is another paradox. There is this awareness. Okay, it is a non-local quality conscious energy field that is aware that it is mingling with absolutely everything, and it is an appearance, and that it is and it isn't, and it gets to that point of where, okay, there's Brahman and Atman, and Brahman is a certain type of state of recognition that you are both real and unreal, and you are mingling with absolutely everything else, all of it. There isn't a separate everything else. We're regarding to simply this, empty fullness, spacious aliveness, just simply this. Yeah, that's it. That's it. And yet, that's not good enough. Just to simply say simply this is not even, that's not the end all, or not the beginning. It's neither. Does it matter? No. Purpose, meaning, reason, and purpose. This is what is attempted to be applied by what? By the subconscious self. It's a vicious cycle. It keeps going in a loop that way, doesn't it? But it's not necessarily a loop. Absolutely everything is a figure eight. Do not understand how does this work. It just does. No beginning, no end. The Alpha and Omega. Infinitudinal complexification. Foreverness. Everywhereness. No separate fixed position. Spacious aliveness. Radically free. That will always be a mystery. nobody can ever figure it out because there's nobody around to figure it out. There's another paradox, see? There's just the appearance of self-conjured cells that are separate, but they're not. And so there's going to either be an agreement with that, or there's going to continue to be the debates and the debates. Both are there. There's the agreement and the debate. It's all part of everything anyway. So, there's the mix. That's the setup. That's the way that it is. That's the way that apparently appears to be, and not apparent appears to be. It's both real and unreal, observable and observable, knowable and unknowable. Does it matter? No. If it does matter to anything, it matters to absolutely everything, because everything is appearing of its own accord and volition ad infinitum. And nobody can do anything about that, and nobody can know absolutely everything there is to know, because there's still the unknowable. There's both. Not an exclusive unknowable, but there's absolutely everything that is both knowable and unknowable simultaneously. How is that so? Why? That does not make sense. It's not finite. It's not finite enough. It's not finite enough for the self-conjured self-mind, because it's still living in duality. It's still existing in separation. It is conjured. It is just a conjuring. That's all that is, because it won't admit. It will not admit to itself that it's not real. It's not exclusively real, physical, and solid, and permanent. No. Nothing is permanent. Everything is impermanent. Absolutely. Everything is absolutely impermanent.
How things are, because it knows that which is seeing it this way is going to override whatever it hears. Yeah? And that's why I've learned over time, we do not talk to you, and also don't pin the message on me either. Yes?
Now look, as it is stated in that satsang, okay, whereby I've learned, in a sense, what he's referring to, if we're referring to the birth name or birthright of that particular human corporeal manifestation, birth name or birthright Paul Hederman, this birth name and birthright is Richard Trevino, and that that middle name, was just conjured, admittedly so. It was conjured to do what? Not to trick. It's not trickery, but it is a way to attract the attention of what? Of the self-conjured self. And conjuring a name that sounds similar to the ones that are also conjured in India. And so Taishanti Vedanta was conjured and inserted as a middle name, but that middle name was not given, just as the birth name of the human corporeal infant, human corporeal manifestation of an infant that is born, just as that is given a name. It is a given name. Given from what? Given from other self-conjured cells that believe in the societal structure, and they believe in the setup because they've witnessed it. And past generations have also witnessed it. Did these past generations exist? Well, they only existed in the sense that there's birth certificates to prove that. There are historical relics. There's these objects. There's these types of evidential materials, if you will. Yeah, evidential materials. So what is that? Well, that seems quite real, doesn't it? But is that exclusively real? Yeah, these are materials, but then after a while, what happens to the materials? After a while, all of it entropies. All of it diminishes. Absolutely everything eventually diminishes. But then there's as though there's a reboot, so to speak, a reboot or a recharge. The energetic movement that diminished, that used to manifest in space and time for so many years, 70, 80 years, if you're lucky, you can become a centurion. When I say becoming a centurion, referring to simply a human corporeal manifestation that has spent up to 100 years manifesting that energy field, see, from nothing, from nowhere, and then manifesting in space and time. And although not of space and time, from nothing, out of nowhere, manifesting in space and time. The platform is what? Well, planetary body. Apparently appears to be that way. There's a planetary body that's housing, contains what? In its environment, it contains the appearance of human corporeal manifestations and forms. That, how is, man, that is so mysterious, though. Careful with that one, though. You could definitely lose that mind in something like that because the planetary and the countenance is so great. 7-8 billion, that's difficult to try and imagine and conjure up that idea in the mind of a body mind. Conjuring up the idea. Yes, it can be conjured up to a certain point, but notice that it cannot be pinpointed. Why? Because it's unreal. See, it appears real, but it's really also unreal. So it's both. It appears real, but it's unreal. Manifestation in space-time. So time, although it's an illusion and a delusion, it's still part of the setup. Time. Without time, then there's not the appearance of a threefold principle of the memory, of apprehending memories of a past, of activities of existence, of energetic movements in the past. Do they matter? No. Yet, did they occur? Yeah. In a sense, they really did happen. And at the same time, they didn't happen. They happened and they didn't happen. Both. This is how and why we are and we are not. It is both. So, the threefold principle of a continuum, although time is a delusion, it's an illusion, yet without space and time, there would not be any manifestation. Without cognizance to cognize, there would not be a communication between one unit of local quasi-conscious energy form and another. That's not to say, oh, well, wait a minute, that's separation. No. No, it's still non-separation. It's just the appearance as though there are separate units of local quasi-conscious energy forms, but yet they are mingling. It's a network. It's just like the freaking internet. It's like the World Wide Web. The World Wide Web is a representation of what? It's a representation of that network. Of what? Of human corporeal manifestations in space and time. All communicating with one another. Now the stage is getting set up more. It's becoming kind of leaning more so into an energetic movement to a crescendo, so to speak, or an apex, or a plateau. It's going to reach a certain plateau, this technology that is manifesting. It is getting to, it's building. It's building up to a crescendo, to a peak, to a plateau. And when it reaches that plateau, then some kind of global event may be yet to occur on a global scale, mass scale. When that happens, then what? Then what? Imagine absolutely every single human corporeal form at the inception of birth, when it first appears, when it appears to be born into this reality frame. Well, it has been referred to as a dream. It is the awakened dream. Yes, it is. All of this that's appearing now, that's appearing in space and time, is the awakened dream. It's the awakened dream. It's the awakened dream. The night dream is the same as the awakened dream, except that is the reciprocal. So there's duality, but that duality is conjured. Why is it? How is it conjured? As a way of appearing. Okay, it's an energetic movement. It's real in the sense that it appears, but that's as real as it gets. As real as what gets? Energy. Energy of various frequencies. This is how and why there's the appearance as though there's separate, different appearances of different manifestations and appearances of the human corporeal form. Different races, different colors of skin, different genetic propensities, genetic types of, and they're so intricate. All the different manifestations and frequencies of energies, they're so minute, but there are differences. There's contrasts, and that's the infinitudinal complexification that is being demonstrated there. All the countenance that cannot be measured. It's immeasurable. Absolutely everything is immeasurable. It's unknowable to how far that goes. It apparently appears not to be finite. So to state that, such a bold statement, to say, "Oh well, I'm Dr. Thomas Campbell. I wrote my big toe. You have your big toe. Use your tool set." And the idea is that this is a game. Life is a game. You play it out. You have different lives, times. You come back. This is the reincarnation story. When you die, then you get yourself another avatar for next life, and you continue to play the game of life. Come back to this planet, and this is one of several planets in a finite universe. And life is just a game. Play it out, like it or not. Get used to it. No, no, another conjuring. Different versions of the story of Earth. There it is again. Just another version of conjuring. To make the bold statement that there's an individual somewhere in the universe and saying, "Look at me," and making the claim and saying, "I know what life's all about." No, you do not. You're just conjuring that. How can you be so damn full of yourself? You see, do you see how the self-conjured self goes to that extent, to believe in itself to that degree, and saying, "Look, I know that I'm an individual. I know that I'm separate from everybody and everything else because I have my own original thoughts and ideas. Nobody else has these thoughts and ideas. They haven't come up with a big theory of everything. They don't know. They don't know that. So I'm going to put that together. I'm going to share that with what I believe are also other individual human corporeal manifestations, other individual people, human beings, yeah, that life's a game, and this stage and setup is just like a game grid. Or, let's say, he always uses the example, Thomas Campbell uses the example of World of Warcraft. So which is the self-conjured self going to go with? Is it going to go with this idea of the neo consciousness researcher? Okay, because there's the Neo-Advaitins. So either the self-conjured self's going to believe one of the two. That's the split. That's how this particular body mind recognized that it was not living its own life, that it was not separate from everybody and everything else. It never was. It recognized that it wasn't that, but yet there's now the other side of the coin, so to speak. The other side of the non-dual coin, so to speak. There's a non-dual coin. So that self-conjured self's going to either go with one or two of these ideas, that the ultimate absolutely everything, simply this, or just this, or to say that this is empty fullness. Nobody knows how it is, and it isn't, but it is and isn't. Just simply is and isn't. Both simultaneously, real and unreal, observable and unobservable, knowable and unknowable. For nobody. For no particular reason, meaning, and purpose, and it's not for just one individual. It's for absolutely everybody and everything. Nothing singled out. Nobody is left out of this. All that is, and all that is not, empty fullness. Absolutely everybody that will ever manifest and appear as a human corporeal manifestation, every single generation, you call it whatever you want to call it, societal structure, the history of the earth, all of it, absolutely everything. Nothing is left out. It's absolutely everything. There's no thing, everythinging, and everything, no thinging. It is both. So, What is the non-dual coin, so to speak? Well, there's the coin that says either this really is a game, that it is a virtual reality, and that the dream, it is saying the same thing but with using different words. But then, yet, this big theory of everything, according to Dr. Thomas Campbell, the universe is finite. It has an edge. It has a barrier. It has a boundary. And that boundary and that edge is still going out. It going out to what? Nothing. A void. Nothingness. But how can you know that? How can you know that? So, the Neo-Advaitist is conjuring the idea of what non-duality is all about. So it's taking those first messages of the Upanishads and the Gita, taking that and translating it into English. So the English translation, is it a direct translation? Well, if it isn't, then what's going to happen? It's going to lean more towards that idea of a finite universe, and then the self-conjured selves are going to join and gather with those groups that are referring to a finite universe and referring to the universe as a larger consciousness system, and then to see this particular body mind back in 2016, if we're going to look at timelines, came across that information, and that's when the recognition clicked, and it went back to these origins of the Upanishads and went back to that and said, okay, that's it. That's it right there. No, it can't be a finite universe. The Upanishads and the very first gurus, the very first Advaitas, Buddha, the Hindus, all of those that go back to the origins of regarding Advaita Vedanta, they were stating and regarding that there's an absoluteness, there's an absolute to an infinite universe that has no beginning, has no end, and that's unknowable. And yet, on the other side of the coin, you have the astrophysicists in there, and they're growing in numbers, just as this so-called Neo-Advaitist movement is happening, in tangent with this new way of looking at it. Now, it's seemingly new, because now that we have the internet, now you're noticing these energetic movements of human corporeal manifestations. Some are self-conjured, others are not, and it's all mingling together. All of it, all the energetic movements are all mingling, and then it's as though choices are being made or groups are being formed. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how it all pans out. But there may not even be enough time for certain groups of these human corporeal manifestations to witness how it's going to be played out. So if life is a game, well, game on then. Okay? What else is a human corporeal manifestation to say or do? Well, going along with the current, like it or not, you can't help that. You're being. So if you're being, what are you doing? You're mingling with absolutely everything as it arises, just as it does. You're going along with the current. You can't fight that current. You can't fight the current of life. Simply this. You can't go against that. Can't go against it because you're mingling with it anyway, like it or not. So there's a type of surrender right there. You go along with it. Go along with the current of life as it arises, however it does. Absolutely everything of its own accord and volition is going to do that anyway. It's going to apparently appear to be doing, but it's not really. It's just simply appearing. Whatever arises, appears as it does, it's arising. It's perfect. It's perfection. Its whole is complete. It's already laid out, set up. Already, the infinite universe, it's already out there. Has no beginning, has no end. Nobody knows why. Nobody ever will know why. It is that way, but it is. And the reason why there's so many paradoxical situations is because it is and it isn't. We are and we are not. We are units of local quality of conscious energy forms appearing out of nowhere, from nothing, from non-local quality conscious energy fields, from nothingness, from nowhere. and then manifesting into everywhere as everywhereness. No fixed positions, but manifestation, just as free as light. As free as light. And then in some New Age circles back in the 90s, they were referring to the Merkabah vehicles, the light bodies. Those types of bodies are energetic movements, and it's another representation of that as well. So if we're going to get into that subject of scientific manifestations and looking into the frequencies of resonance and things like that, yes, it's that complex. So, if a self-conjured self recognizes that they're mingling with absolutely everything, yes, it's very simple. Sure it is. To say, it's just this. And then carry on. Carry on what? Well, seemingly living out the life, seeing through it all, mingling with it, going along with it all. Yeah. Apparently appearing to be so, and not so. It is both.
Pin it on me. If you do, you're missing the whole freaking point. Really, you are. So, the message is I'm throwing it over your head, yeah, because I know, you're like you ever see the movie Star Wars? They have that Death Star, and that they send tons of battle planes after it, and they're shooting them down, pop, 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 but then one just gets in and gets to the main engine, and he blows up the whole Death Star. So in this case, we're looking at mind, big mind, yeah, imagery. It's not a fucking egg, but I'm going to talk of it as it's an egg. So there's a big egg, so to speak, of mind, and what a message is like spiritual sperm, yeah? You're releasing a lot of information to overwhelm the system, because we're not going to take a break where let's all go into a deep, no, because the mental state will regroup and fucking be you again. So we're throwing over your head, and all I care about, I don't care. See, because you'll go, I think I got it, but then there'll be more, because we overwhelm the system with the hopes that one sperm gets through, hits the mother egg, which is us, raw mind, R-A-W, and what happens? The mother egg goes, hey, I may not be that, yeah? All the pointing, there was no moon that was being pointed at. It's all the pointing has been pointing to me, so that I would believe the assumption that I'm this long-lasting, independent, separate entity. Yeah? So I will lose myself, and I'll find myself as a thing, so to speak. Yeah? So thing goes in there, and the mind goes, hey, I may not be that. This happened to me. Of course, I didn't see the fucking mother egg, but, and I wasn't shooting sperm weren't coming, but it hit it, right? And then it went, hey, you may not be that. Then the next possibility immediately showed up, which is I can be free from it. Yeah? I can be free from an imaginary thing. I'm inherently free from an imaginary thing. And so as soon as I saw I could be free from it, yeah, it told me in a flash, since I've been 6 years old, I've been trying to get out of self as self. I've been trying to be free from that which I want to be free from. I've been trying to be free as that. There's been an identification as one I'm not that became the reference point that heard everything I ever heard about. Even beautiful descriptions of what I am was denuded by hearing it as what I'm not. So the whole point is to see what you're not, yes? And you'll find out what you are. Instead of looking for what you are from what you're not, you'll see what you're not from what you are.
And what you're not is that self-conjured self that was going along and agreeing with the parental figures that were also self-conjured selves. And they were innocently perpetuating that same idea. Innocently in the sense that that's all that they knew. Their knowledge base, their experiences of life as it presents itself. It was going along with it all along and believing that, yes, there is a societal structure. you can't really pinpoint it. You can't touch it. You can't do anything with it, but you can recognize that it exists, that it's around, that it is a way of living life out or going through life. Now, how do you do that? You go through life, you live through it. In what way? Well, in whatever way is familiar. Well, what is familiar? The academic system. That's what I learned. I was innocent to the world. All I was doing was just playing. I just wanted to run, play tag, marbles, children's toys, playing with things. When a human corporeal manifestation first arrives, it apparently, here it is again, apparently appears, and it's not apparent. It is apparent, it is. We are and we are not, so you're going back to that. But without telling the story, and it sounds confusing because the conjured self only understands one thing. It only understands whatever's familiar to it, whatever's focusing on what's physically real, and separation and duality. It only understands that. So you have to address it that way. If you're going to reach, okay, if the Advaitist, if the Neo-Advaitins is going to reach these self-conjured cells that are still taking the appearance of their human corporeal form and believing that that's separate from everybody and everything else, if they're still doing that, and yes, automatically they're going to be doing that. That's not the true default position, but it's part of the programming. Let's just call it programming, so to speak. The programming, what is the program? Societal structure, the way of individuality, of duality. That's that program. Of course, it's a failed system, yeah, but yeah, we recognize that now. When I say we, those of us that are groups of, let's say, have awakened from that, well, from the mental thought system's dream, because it's trying to dream you as an individual. So it wants to take that energy that you are, which you're absolutely everything, of course, and you have no boundaries, but it wants to take that kind of energy, the human corporeal energy form, and wants to use that and separate it from everything else, everybody and everything else. And it wants to use that like a parasitic movement, of course, mentioned in many of the talks, many of these satsangs that the birth name and birthright of Paul Hederman is mentioned. This is why I focus on that particular non-duality speaker, because it's familiar. See, but yet he's also saying is true. It is raw truth. Yes, it is. It's the truth of all truths. Advaita Vedanta, like it or not, is the ultimate truth of all truths. It dispels and negates, yes it does, absolutely everything that's conjured. Absolutely anything that's conjured, the power of the message of Advaita Vedanta disperses that, I mean, easily. Just as the birthday birthright Paul Hederman refers to Zen bitch slap. Oh man, if you attend enough satsangs, you're gonna get bitch slapped left, right, center, and that self-conjured face is gonna be so damn sore when it leaves each satsang. Oh shit, fuck man, you really hit me hard that time. Whoa. See, that's the idea, that's the effect. Not so much an idea, but that's the effect of the message. That's how powerful it is. These satsangs were just as powerful back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s when it was, and then even going back further than that, of course, when it first began in the area geographically known as India. And it was just focused in that area. It hadn't spread throughout the planet, the story of Earth yet. Thousands of years ago when it first began. So there's the story there. And you could even put together a religion. It's already a religion because that story about regarding the very first messages of those human corporeal forms that went out to the wilderness, came back and reported, and then the beginning of the writings of the Upanishads, because they went so deeply into mind. They went into the mind, and they went so deeply into the mind to recognize that, wait a minute, there's no single mind. There is both. There is both that which is appearing real and that which is unreal. And all these paradoxical things. And so the beginning of the writings of Advaita Vedanta Upanishads began way back then. But now we're seeing a revision. Now we're seeing a resurgence. When I say we, yes, it is being witnessed that there is a resurgence. And this was something that was sought. Okay, this was sought back in the 1990s, or right before then, I would say in the 80s. This human corporeal manifestation was involved with Christianity. Man, I was really a very strong, one of the strongest staunch seekers, just as much as Paul Hederman, that body mind there, was into cocaine. I was into seeking. And man, I tell you, it was the other way around. He was so into cocaine, he said he would match any guru, monkey god, or anybody as far as spiritual positions and things like that. Well, yeah, turn that around, and that's the kind of seeker I was. This body mind was so deeply immersed in the seeking that nothing else mattered during those years, and I was looking into it to such a degree because I was trying to find and seek and find out. Wait a minute, I'm it. This human corporeal manifestation system has all the answers already, and already had them all. Just couldn't access them and recognize them. Why? Why? Because there was too much meanness, too much I, me, my life. There was too much of the self-conjuring that was interfering with that, because I was going along with the masses. The majority of the society was in agreement, and I was in agreement with that societal structure. And then, no, you're physically real. No, you have a birth certificate. No, you have a very special name. You're a special individual. And pounded, years and years and years in the academic school system. See, in academia, that supports the individual. That supports individuality. And that in the academic school system says, I'm not saying that it's wrong. It's neither right or wrong. It is simply obviously what was set up, what was going on. And if that is overlooked, well, then what happens? Either that self-conjured self just continues on and lives the rest of its existence, its manifestation that way. It's neither right or wrong, but yet still, where is their peace? Where is there the bliss? Where is there unity? Where is there harmony? Where's the harmony? Yeah, where's the unconditional love? Where's that gone? It's never left. That's what this is. This is absolutely everything. Just as Tony Parsons once put it, the birth, name, and birthright of Tony Parsons. He's sort of like considered kind of like the godfather of Neo-Advaita. He's the Neo-Advaitist, one of the very first Neo-Advaitins, and he definitely won't be the very last either. So, in a sense, kind of brought the essence of Advaita Vedanta and brought it back into these so-called modern times. So-called say that because if this is a dream, well, this is part of that dream, okay? Part of that dream, the story of Earth, another version of it, as it's being told. And it can now be stored and kept in video presentations like this, or a book can be published and written, or satsangs can be held. All three are going on anyway. Yeah, those that have figured out how to use technology and have figured out how to put together, take a computer, take a program, get it all set up, and if you have a decent, external cam that you could put with a computer, you have a decent monitor, microphone. Doesn't really cost much to get all this set up now. And so then you have the ability to create YouTube presentations. And to a means to an end? Is that what this is about? No. Life goes on. It's not stopping. Absolutely everything's continuing on of its own accord and volition, isn't it? And we're mingling with that. We are, and we are not. How are we being? Well, we're being as we're manifesting in space and time for an indeterminate duration in space and time, and yet we're not of space and time. We are and we are not. We are manifesting, and so whilst we're these energetic human corporeal manifestations of energy, whilst we're doing that, and although it's an indeterminate duration in space and time that will be visibly observable in mirrors and visibly observable amongst other, mingling with other human corporeal manifestations, as long as this setup is this way, this can continue to go on, these appearances. But keep in mind, what? It's temporary. The manifestations are temporary. We recognize that there's a certain indeterminate duration in space and time, because this body mind, you never know, it could have a heart attack. So much can happen to it, can apparently appear to happen to it, and then it can no longer continue the energetic movements from out of nowhere, from nothing. That it is that non-local quasi-conscious energy field. That it is timeless. Yeah. Not of space and time. See? So, since that's the case, what would be one of the best ways to be? Is there a best way to be? Well, you could say that. But is there only one way to be? No, obviously, there's all types of ways to be. Just as there are all different types of conjuring that a self-conjured self can come up with. But that's not what's happening. That's not it. It's not exclusively a real physical individual person that's anywhere. They're taking that same appearance, energetic movement of human corporealness, and claiming that it's an individual. Oh, after a while you talk so much, the vocal cords get a little dry. You gotta sip a little bit more coffee. And the reason why these are so damn long and lengthy presentations that they go into many, many hours is because I'm pausing it and having to do other things. When I say other things, other activities, yes. The body mind still needs to do what? It drinks coffee, yeah, it gets thirsty, and it gets hungry, so you feed it, and yeah, and the usual. Yeah. Everybody participates in those activities. Yeah. That's obviously the case. So, I'll be right back and take another one of those breaks.
Simple. Yeah. And if the shift happens and there's still too much interest in what you're not, you'll seem to shift back. But one time, maybe 50.001% of the stock will move over to here. Bammo. Yes? Now you get established in that which you were sincerely hoping to arrive and stay at. You'll be established there. Yes? Established. So then what happens? So now something has been corrected. Now what you hear, if you go to some spiritual talks, you're going to hear warnings about how the mental state's going to regroup and reappear as you constantly. Yeah? It's going to, as soon as consciousness brings us into contact with something, the mental state arises and says, I'm the one who's in contact. That's what it does. And the I is represented as a body. So how you picture all the talking at you, yeah, the memories, the thought system, all of that, all of those systems present you as a body all day. It's very easy to slip into that glove and forget that you're the hand and live as if you're the glove and allow the glove to interpret life. To what? To the glove. And you'll be totally missing the point that you are what you've been looking for. And you'll be looking and looking and looking and looking with the hope of finding. But all you find is you looking all day. So this is a simple invitation. But then I learned it wasn't enough just to share this. You have to become like an ear doctor. You have to see how the mental state hears this message and notice it. And then one of the easiest pictures is the famous lion and the sheep story, which I have a lot of different editions to, but I'll try to stick with the basic one. And so there's this lion, this mother lion and a cub, yes? And the mother, they're just roaming around the savannah, and the mother lion gets killed by some fucking rhino or something, right? Now, the baby lion is now orphaned. It doesn't know what's going on. It really doesn't have a sense of being a lion or anything, you know. It is totally dependent on the mother. So it's walking around, and it comes upon this flock of sheep. Now the sheep know it's a lion, so they get a little worried when it's moving towards them, but they quickly realize it doesn't have a clue what it is, and it ingratiates itself into the flock. And it starts trying to chew cud, and it's listening to people who's worried about being the next sweater next year, and, you know, and they're curling his hair and shit like that. And, you know, he's got some tendencies that seem to be antisocial in the sheep world, fucking ripping things apart. But, you know, he's doing the best he can as a sheep. It's feeling a malaise, like in Buddhism they would call it dukkha, this vague suffering, because it's taken itself to be something it ain't. Of course that's going to be an irritant. Yeah, so there it is, and then he becomes like a sheep elder, really, and he meets a sheep woman, and they have kids, and they look a little strange, so they get rationalized away. Nobody's fucking even the wiser. And then he goes on, and after about 10 years, he's leading the flock, and they're chewing cud, and then this old lion comes down, sees the sheep, and runs towards the sheep, yeah? And then it's running, and it sees this other lion in its corner of sight, and he thinks it's joining the hunt, but then it realizes the lion's running with the sheep. So it veers off, jumps on the other lion rolls over and says, "Oh, Mr. Lion, please don't eat me, I'm just a humble sheep." Now the old lion's a little perplexed, grabs the young lion, brings them both over to the water hole, sticks the head out, the young lion sees their reflection, Famo, realizes it's a fucking lion. Yes?
Yeah.
And so the old lion goes raw. The young lion doesn't have to take 3 months of roaring lessons. It roars. It has never roared in its life, but that doesn't mean it didn't have the ability to roar. Yeah? And it doesn't matter how long it took itself to be a sheep. It took absolutely no time at all to realize it was a lion. No time at all. It's a sudden whack. Yes? That's exactly what it can be like. Because it was never a sheep. No matter how much it thought it was a sheep, no matter how much other people thought it was a sheep, no matter how many years, it wasn't a sheep. It's always been a lion. So this is the dilemma, though, here. Because the message is, hey, you're a lion. Yeah? And so maybe you like it. You go, hey, I like this message. And here it comes, and you go, yeah. And then, no, you're a lion, you're a lion, you're a lion. And I can be like a foot away. It still doesn't matter. You're a lion, you're a lion. And then it hits these ears, and these ears are conformed into sheep ears. And what it hears is, I can become like a lion. That's not the message of non-duality. The message of non-duality is not about becoming fucking anything. It isn't. That's a path. Non-duality is not a path. Non-duality is what illuminates whatever path you are on, but it is not a path of illumination. It is illumination itself, in my sense. Yeah, to me, it's a fact. Okay? So, all right. So, okay, you're a lion, you're a lion. You would think if it's a lion that it wouldn't be much trouble to get the message across. I should have just done one tour, never go back to Hoboken or fucking Newark, or I'd love to go to Hawaii, but no, the other people go there. All these fucking, and then you would think, everyone got it. You're a lion, you're a lion, you're a lion, you're a lion. Because basically you are already, but the obscuring agent of the identification as a sheep is basically claiming to be the sheep, and it overrides the sense of lion. Yeah? So what you need to negate is, are you a sheep? Not that hearing about you're a lion, are you a sheep? So in this case, you don't study what you are, you study what you're not. You understand what you're not. You're experiencing what you're not all day. Yeah? Seriously. Because you can't study what you are. You can't understand what you are. You can't experience what you are. You're relegated to one possibility, which is being it. That's it. Yes? This is the one thing. Non-duality cannot be seen as any other topic, because every other topic is about something other than us. In this case, the topic is us. You can't apply study to what you are. You can apply study to what you're not with the hopes that you'll see you're not that, and then get a sense of what you are. Yeah? And so I feel there's a fundamental kink or aberration where we're looking for what an idea of us, but premised on looking from what we're not. Believing we're the sheep all the while. And so when I'm feeling like I'm a sheep, and let's say I run into a book about lions, and as a sheep I go, oh, I like to have some qualities of a lion. Kick your ass, don't take any shit. No one's going to shear meat next year, fucking motherfucker. You know, to a sheep it seems attractive. So now, all right, the sheep's, and he shares the idea of lion to other people, other sheep, and a couple of sheeps get together. Yeah, I want to become like a lion. So they find some pictures of lions. They get a nice room like this, beautiful frames, put those lion pictures up, get some candles, and they meet on Saturdays and, oh, yes, Leo, the you know, whatever, the box, Wheaties, whatever. Oh, yeah. And then they're having roaring lessons and, you know, growing their fucking hooves, you know, sharpening them and, you know, straightening their hair. And Norman the sheep's going to Bob the sheep, you're sounding like a lion. Bah, bah. You know, it's barring, but roaring, you know. So the whole point is very noble to the sheep in his little niche for a sheep to want to become like a lion. Yeah? But the fact is, if you're a lion, yes, if you're a lion, the desire to become a lion as a sheep is probably the greatest way to hide the fact that you're a lion to itself. Yes, I'm just humbly saying. And there's a great master, Ramana Maharshi. He says there's a presupposing, and this is in a lot of his teachings. Yeah, he wrote some in his own dialect, but most of his teachings are written by other people, like followers of his. And his teachings are very clear, and this statement's said in a lot of different ways, but it's usually prefaced with the problem or the greatest mystery. So there's an incredible emphasis on it. Yeah, and it says, all right, there's a presupposing of a non-existent thing. Yes, right? Have you seen someone you know dead? I did. I've seen it a couple of times, but the first one when I was 9, when I saw my Uncle Fred dead in the casket, I said, that ain't Uncle Fred. Yeah, because the body was there, but the animation wasn't, and I was mistaking the animation as the body, because I was in the act of being identified as the body, not the animation. Yes, obviously. So the fact is, when I saw Uncle Fred totally inert, I said, that ain't Uncle Fred. You know what I mean? So this is the mistake in a sense. Yeah. Yeah. So there's a presupposing a non-existent thing. So without animation, this is not existing, yes? Yeah. The presupposing a non-existent thing that wants to get salvation for the non-existent thing, of course, yeah? If the non-existent thing thinks it's existing, that's going to produce an angst right there, and that's going to motivate seeking, and maybe the seeking will culminate in wanting salvation, but it's all premised on a mistake, so you want to get salvation for the non-existent thing, instead of the inherent salvation that's available from the non-existent thing, because it doesn't exist. You don't have to go back and kill it, or it's not coming back. It never was there. You're the hand that was in the animated glove. Yeah? When the hand pulls out, the glove ain't animated. It's not going to strangle you or come back from the dead because it's never been alive.
So, notice that much so far, yeah? Yeah? The mental thought system uses the local human corporeal, temporally temporary unit of quality of consciousness energy form, yeah, that manifests for any determined duration in space and time, although we're not of space and time, to imply that you are a separate I or me in a world that you believe you are part of, with a memory as a child during your childhood that you believe was yours. See, you believe you are a part of that memory as a child because the mental thought system pictures you as a body, yeah, but a body of the past. That bodily form of the past was not really you. What you were was the animation, the energy field that was animating that body whilst it was going through what it thought to be separate experiences. It was just simply mingling. It was just enjoying being. You can still recapture that now. You can recapture that being, that playfulness, that innocence. It never left you. Because you've always been that. You've always been that innocent child. That'll never leave you. Because that's the energy field that you are. You're the unconditional love, the peaceful, blissful, kind, compassionate being. That's the default position. Because absolutely everything is that. It's unconditional love. And then you feel a sense of wow. Feel a sense of honor. You recognize that energy. Because that's just the default position of being. Beingness. And that's peaceful. That's blissful. There's no constriction. There's no restriction in just simply being. Then any authoritative figure, societal structure, nothing. Nothing like that that's conjured can touch that. It cannot ruin it, cannot distort it. It's pure energy. It is pure non-local quality of consciousness energy in its pure form. And it is mingling with absolutely everything in this infinite universe. All of it. Empty fullness. It's unconditional love. Just as Tony Parsons once said, it is the beloved. Yes. Everything is saying it. Indeed. Absolutely everything is saying it. Especially nature. The trees, the bird song, the sky, sunset, beatitudes. The innumerable beatitudes are saying that. But what about storms? What about volcanoes? What about those type of things? Volcanisms. Yeah, those are simply energetic movements of change. The apparent appearance of an earthly body that's changing, but it takes millions of years for that change to occur. It takes very, very large, long, not large, but long spans, durations of time. So in a sense, the planet is like an innocent child in the infinite universe, just playfully existing. Yeah. And it's just completely immersed in just its beingness. Is it enjoying that? In a sense. In a sense, enjoyment can be found in what? In the bliss, the blissful peacefulness, the harmony, the unconditional love, positive, compassion, energetic movements. Now take that in for a moment. Does that not feel good? Like a good experience? Especially if the body mind is not in any state of confusion or abuse or constricted or confined. It's absolutely free, along with absolutely everything else. The radical freedom, that's the bliss. That is the peace that surpasses all understanding. Right there. That's what that is. But yeah, getting back to that. So, the mental thought system uses the local human corporeal temporally temporary unit of qualia consciousness energy form, yeah, which is the impermanent form, the manifestation of a human corporeal form, visibly observable in mirrors for a temporally temporary indeterminate duration in space and time as a manifestation, but not of space and time. It's a non-local qualia conscious energy field that provides the manifestation to appear as it does. It provides that animating principle of that appearance of a human corporeal form to appear as it does. And it is also mingling with absolutely everything. And so, to imply that, so the mental thought system uses this, tries to anyway, it attempts to at the very beginning, to convince the manifestation that it is separate, special, individuated. It's an individuated unit. It's separate from everybody and everything else. It's not. No, it's mingling all along with absolutely everything else that's appearing. Absolutely everything else. Not leaving absolutely nothing out. Absolutely everything that manifests and arises as it does of its own accord and volition. So to imply that you are a separate I, me, in a world, there's that dream reality. If you believe you're in a certain type of world, if you believe that, so it will manifest and appear that way to you. To what? To that you that you think you are. If you think and you utilizing consciousness, you're cognizing, and you're convinced via the mental thought system that you are a separate individual person, and you believe that, you're convinced of that, that's what happens. That identity, that self-identification with it as a separate sense of self. You conjure, you go along with the conjuring of the mental thought system. It conjures that, and you go along with it, and then you perpetuate it, and then as time goes on, you begin to become convinced, and you believe. You begin to believe because why? Because the majority of these human corporeal manifestations, even your parents, the parental figures, they don't realize. They don't recognize that. Because it's not common. It's not commonly known. It's not commonly recognized. To commonly recognize beingness, yes, that is recognized, but that is an innocence and that is lost. So, what is it replaced with? It's not really lost. It never went anywhere. But in a sense, so to speak, it became lost and covered over. Covered over by what? Individuality. Covered over by mind. By minus. Me, my body, my life, my parents, my family, my house. See, all that began to develop, and the innocence was lost. Well, this is a recapturing, so to speak, of the innocence, the playfulness. It can't be recalled how that was spelled. This body mind still has those memories in its cells, in its cellular structure. Although it's temporary, and it is aged for many, many years, could be up to 40, 50, 60 years by now. And if it has, and then there's a recognition, then it's recognized that that individual self-conjured self that you thought you were, a separate me, a separate I, was never there. You were just simply being, everywhere-ness, mingling with absolutely everything, see? There. That is the awakening. That's the enlightenment. That's waking from this dream. And it's also definitely waking from the night dream, because the night dream is kind of a perpetuation of the daydream. And the daydream, of course, is the awakened dream, which is this. This is an awakened dream. You see, absolutely everything is appearing this way as an awakened dream. And then, when the human corporeal manifestation, when the eyes are closed, and then it goes into what apparently appears to be a far more peaceful dream, especially if that awakened dream is peaceful, then the dream is dreamt happier. This is what Paul Hederman, the Birth Name and Birthright of Paul Hederman, has been referring to in all these satsangs. Then we can dream a happier dream. I always say we or you can. When I say you, it's that unit of local quiet consciousness energy form that is mingling as part of absolutely everything. Absolutely everything. It's not separate from it. See? That's non-separation. That's it right there. And so, the mental thought system pictures us with that memory as a child, as a body, as a body of a child. But what had been just a mental projection of a younger version of a body that was also not you. See, since we are not these permanent, what apparently appear to be permanent physical bodies, they're not. They're temporary. They're temporary manifestations. That's all they are. It's an appearance of a human corporeal, human form. It's temporally temporary and it's impermanent. That is how it's impermanent. Absolutely everything is impermanent. It has no beginning. Will have no end. It's just a continuous continuity that cannot be understood because it is part of the infinite. It's an infinitudinal complexification that's beyond the finite mind. That's why the self-conjured self cannot understand it and cannot know it. Because it is beyond knowing. It is unknowable how that is. See? Yeah, recognize it? Sure. Sure. Absolutely every human corporeal manifestation knows this. Knows it. It's not only just a knowing, it's a being. See, beingness overrides knowing and doing. See, the activities of doing. The body, oh, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. No, you're not. No, you're just simply being. You're mistaking the activities of doing for being. And you're mistaking knowing that you're doing something. You're mistaking that for being. So, beingness overrides knowing and doing of anything. There it is. That supersedes. Beingness supersedes absolutely anything that could be thought to be an activity of doing and knowing about that activity of doing. See, that's negated right there. The knowing's negated and the doing's negated. What is left? Being. It's always been there. It never left. You've never been out of a moment you're in. You know, you've heard this, and Paul Henry says things. Yes, you've never been out of a moment you're in. Now, when we say you're in a moment, well, you are the moments. You're mingling with all the moments. All the moments that apparently appear to be happening in space and time, you're mingling with them all. And you will continue to mingle with it as long as you're manifesting. As long as you will continue to be manifesting that energy form from what you truly are, which is an energy field. From out of nowhere. Yeah? Out of nowhere, from nothing. Manifesting. Within this field. Yes, this is an energy field. Just as real as the unreal one. The unseen, the unobservable, the unknowable one. The nothingness. The void. The unknowable. Yeah? This manifestation, although it's temporary, it's just as real as that unknowable, unobservable is. It's both. It's the same. It's identically the same. So, the night dream is kind of a representation of the daydream. And then, what can eventually happen when the human corporeal manifestation is no longer appearing in the daydream or the awakened dream, it remains. That energetic movement, that energy field, remains in the night dream. It remains there. What happens after that, if there is a happening, that's the mystery. Nobody knows. But yet, there are gurus that claim that they do know. that they understand about the Brahman and the Atman and Brahman, and then they refer to these higher states of consciousness and levels that can be attainable and all that now. That what they're simply mistaking that which is unknowable and trying to conjure an idea and guruing the idea that they know about that which is unknowable, about that which is unobservable, that which is unreal. And even if it was knowable, there's nobody around to report that. We hear of these alleged experiences of near death experiences about a point of light. That's unknowable because it's no longer relegated to what? That which is visibly observable, yeah, that which is manifesting in the awakened dream. That is relegated, those near-death experiences, and if there's no return of that human corporeal manifestation, that energy form, if it's not going to return, it's going to simply dissipate and mingle with what? With nothing. Nowhere. Returns to that which is unobservable, unknowable, unreal. Is it a return? Not in the sense that it's as though the energy returns, but nobody knows exactly precisely how, because it's unknowable. Nobody knows how the return of energy that was once temporarily manifesting. Nobody knows how that is. How can that be? Because it's no longer is. Now it isn't. See, at that point. But we're always constantly, see, that's the conundrum, that's the paradox. We're always constantly, we are and we are not, constantly. But then, it's as though there's a switch. But can that be cognized now? See, that's the one that really becomes a problem for what? For the metaphysician, the scientist, the astrophysicist that's still trying to extrapolate some kind of understanding about that, but they can never do it. They can't. They can only theorize. They can theorize to their heart's content, but they're not going to figure it out. Sorry. That's why it's unknowable. That's why it's unobservable. That's why it's unreal. But it is also real. It's also observable. It's also knowable. It is both. And it's just a continuity, apparent appearance of a continuity of energy fields that manifest. They appear, they disappear, then they reappear. Disappear, reappear, disappear, reappear. Manifestations, energetic movements, human corporealness. It's a mystery. It's a mystery how that's all apparently appearing and not apparently appearing to happen and to be occurring within absolutely everything. And so that's unknowable. The mind, the finite mind of a body mind, temporal, a unit of local quiet conscious energy form, it's finite. It's temporarily finite. It cannot understand, it cannot know, it cannot apprehend that which is unreal, unobservable, unseen, unknown. It's unknowable. It cannot apprehend it because it's operating, it's functioning. What? How? How it's functioning. It's functioning in a finite way, in a finite manner, as a manifestation of an energy form. See? And so the mental thought system simply pictures you as a body, regardless at what timeline that the body mind has appeared, as a past timeline. See, I just jotted this down a while ago, quickly, so I can just read it back. And that's how quickly a thought form can come and go. So if it's not recorded in some way, that same exact thought form can be fleeting. So we record it so that it gets imprinted. So it gets imprinted temporarily. A thought form continues on. It can continue on. It's free. It's mingling with absolutely everything. All thought forms are. billions and billions of different thought forms and thought patterns. Those are impulses. Those are electromagnetic impulses, just as the immeasurable countenance of neuronic brain neurons firing in the brain. Each of those little electromagnetic impulses that are between those gaps of the neurons that are firing, every single one of those billions and billions of thought patterns, thought forms, the arrangement. Think of the complexity. Just imagine the complexity of that. And how can the human race be that gullible to believe that they could duplicate that? No way. The only thing that's going to happen, of course, are androids like Sophia or robots, and just perfecting the appearance of them and just keep making it look more and more like till it gets to the point as that television series Humans. The technology may get to that point. Could, might. Even if it does that matter? No. Does that matter to all this? Absolutely everything? Of course not. There's no meaning, reason, purpose behind it, and it's unknowable. You can't figure it out. How is it that we are and we are not? How is it that this is and it isn't? Just simply this. Empty fullness. Spacious aliveness. Call it what you will. Infinitudinal complexification. Yeah. It's infinitudinally complexified. All of it, absolutely all of it. Empty fullness. It is and it isn't. It's extraordinary. Nobody's going to figure that one out, so you can just keep on doing your theories. Dr. Thomas Campbell, just keep on doing what you're doing. That's fine. You want to profess to be a consciousness researcher? That's fine. Other astrophysicists that are retired from NASA or retired from being an astrophysicist, and you got the degrees you say you have, that doesn't matter. You think that matters to all of this? Of course not. Of course not. It doesn't matter. But I tell you what, it does matter. It matters to a whom. It matters to that which believes it is a separate living entity, a self-sufficient individual entity separate from everybody and everything else. No. That's just conjured. That is the conjured self. That's all that is. And perhaps, eventually, it will admit to itself that it is not individuated. It's not individualized. That it will admit that it is energy mingling with absolutely everything. It is mingling with it constantly. Constantly. But it can't be aware of that. Why? Because it is still entertaining the idea that it's individual. That it is an individual person. It's an individual entity. Separate from absolutely everything else. Every body and everything else. It believes that there are separate bodies out there. Just as it believes in itself. So it believes it is a separate individual and it's identifying with it. And what's helping it along? The mental thought system. It's a failed system. Keep on trying. Keep on trying and check it out. Look at it and you will. You will eventually see that. You will realize you're not a separate you. You're not a separate I. You're actually energy. You're just simply energy and you're mingling with absolutely everything else. You're mingling. You're not separate. It's not separation. That's what this is all about, non-separation. So yes, the mental thought system, it simply pictures you. If you're thinking about the past, when you were a child and you were happiest, yes, when this human corporeal manifestation, back in time, whilst it was going through time, yeah, apparently appearing though, of course that's a dream as well. So you see, it's just like the night dream. You have the night dream, and you can dream about what it seemed to be when it felt as though the dream was new, or this dream that feels both real and unreal. And then the night dream is kind of a reflection of the awakened dream. The awakened dream apparently appears more real because of time that's invested in it. The awakened dream seems a lot more real because there's more energy that apparently appears to be involved in the awakened dream. In the awakened dream, there apparently appears to be certain types of energetic movements. And then in the night dream, there is a different type of apprehension or connection, a connectivity with absolutely everything. But there are far less distractions. There are far less apparent distractions in the night dream. Because then there's apparently appearing to be these other, such as the subconscious, there's a deeper sense where there's far more freedom with the mental constructs and the beingness. The energetic movements of beingness are far more free and less constricted than they are in the awakened dream. But if we were to get into that, I mean, that's a whole other presentation. That can be part of a satsang, but it all depends on the questions that are asked. See, this is why, in that sense, that these presentations are quite difficult to simulate a satsang. A satsang cannot be simulated unless there are other participants, the apparent appearance of other participants. See, those that still are still so steeped in, and still they're still seized by the mental thought system. The mental thought system, that parasitic movement, still has them in its grips, and is still convincing that unit of local quiet conscious energy form that it is a separate person. It is still convincing it that it is that way when it's not. It's not what's happening. Perhaps in time, perhaps that self-conjured conjured self that still believes it is a separate individual and is still self-identifying with that. It's just a thought form. It's that simple to snap out of it and then recognize and understand what Advaita Vedanta is all about, not separation. So the mental thought system simply pictures you as a body, regardless at what timeline that the body-mind has appeared in a past timeline, how it is appearing now, and how the body will be appearing in a future timeline. So we're simply not that body that the mental thought system pictures you to be, pictures us to be, pictures us to be human corporeal manifestation bodies as though they're exclusively real and individuated when they're not. So we are not that. We are simply human corporeal appearances of bodily manifestations that are temporarily appearing in space and time as that. Exclusively, though. Leaving out what is being left out. Not of space and time, see? Because the essence of what we all are as human corporeal manifestations, the essence of that is mingling with absolutely everything. That is non-local quality of consciousness energy. That's what we truly are. The infinitesimal complexification mingling with absolutely everything. From nowhere, out of nowhere, from nothing, the unobservable, the unknowable, the unreal. Manifesting still, see? It's both simultaneously going on. It's the onness of awareness, is-ness-ing. You call it is-ness-ing, awareness, the dreamings of the awakened dream. Yeah? Each human corporeal manifestation appears as though it is a separate human corporeal manifestation. Is mingling as the dreamings of the awakened dream. And that's another way to put it.
We're in the act of being identified. We're giving it all the meaning it has. If that pulls out, this thing has momentum, maybe 80 years. It'll keep flaying out. But now, the engine of so it just slowly, and then it just fades away, as if it had never even been here, because it hasn't really. It hasn't truly. So, all right, so there's a presupposing of a non-existent thing, Paul, that wants to get salvation for Paul. All right, now if Paul the sheep wants to get salvation for Paul the sheep, and the salvation is represented as Paul the lion, it's going to be very difficult as Paul the sheep to try to get what it already has, which is salvation. It goes as the lion, yeah? So it says, all right, if this is the case, your spiritual practices themselves, this is cool to hear, your spiritual practices themselves will be reinforcing the non-existent thing. How can they destroy the non-existent thing? This is one of the first Chinese stump torches that are explained. Because you go in as a novice, very sincere into spiritual seeking, and you fall into a lot of fucking holes. And you wonder first, usually you blame it on you and stuff like that, but the masters come along and they try to explain the common pitfalls. And the common pitfall is that which you're not is arising so quickly in time that anything that you do in time isn't going to get before it. So when you're meditating, the mental state is claiming the meditation to imply the meditator. Yeah? You're not going to meditate yourself out of the meditator. The meditation is a process that you, quote unquote, as the meditator is trying to do. You've already lost the gunfight. Yeah? The only thing that can beat the process of selfing arising, because it maybe takes less than 2 seconds, 4 seconds, there's no process can beat that, but of timelessness there is. And you are inherently not of time, yeah? So in timelessness, the gunslinger of time can never win because the timelessness, the gun's out at all time. It never loses. So if you see what you're not for what you are, the whole show gets diffused, yeah? Because you're prior to everything. Nothing is there seeing what's seen. You are it. In AA, we say false evidence is appearing real. Fear, all right? False evidence appearing real, and then it's translated as the narration mostly all the day, yeah? How could false evidence appear real unless it appeared real to what's real? We are reality, yeah? We are reality. Are the thoughts playing out here to others? No. The whole narration is for one audience, us. It's attempting to convince us of something all fucking day. It can't do it with this time, so it says, well, I was Paul. I was this non-existent thing. Well, look at all these pictures I have of Paul. Look at all the memories. And I'm going to be Paul. Or who the hell would be worrying about an imaginary person? So, no, I'm going to be Paul, and therefore I am Paul. Yeah, that's how it gets there. It doesn't have its own I am. It's remembered. I was, I will be, therefore I am. It's just a movement in time. The whole magic trick is time. Yeah. Presupposing. So the supposing of you is presupposed. So when conscious contact, you can see it. Conscious contact seeing right now. Yeah. So they're seeing you. Yes. Now, when they're seeing you, and then there's a mental process that says it's I'm the one who's seeing you. This. So suddenly, the seeing gets claimed by the mental state, and it's used to imply the seer. Yeah? So all day, I see tons of different yous, but the see is always the same. One seer, all the seen. One hearer, all the heard. One feeler, all the felt. One doer of all the actions out of here. Yes? One. So the claiming of what's happening to imply the one is the movement. Yeah? And so what happens is the conscious contact occurs, the mental state comes after, and then it presupposes its idea of being the seer before. That's the fucking movement. That's what Ramana captured. He says there's a presupposing of a non-existent thing. Yeah? What happens? The non-existent thing is taken to be existent. How does it get reinforced? It's taking itself to be the seer, the hearer, the doer, the thinker, the feeler. So that which comes after the idea of you is now the before. And so for it to be before, what's before has to be fucking forgotten. Yes? Yes. And you don't know, man. Time, you can understand time through observation. You'll feel it. It's like a dry current, yeah? You'll feel this movement constantly pushing you from each moment to a next moment. It's slavery, truly slavery. And here it goes, is all day, it's like this. Here's a bottle. Everyone sees it. The mental state uses the bottle that everyone sees, and it says, my bottle. So now the bottle is used to point to the owner of the bottle.
My rabbit.
Thoughts, my thoughts. All
My
the
rabbit.
thoughts are used to point to the thinker. Feeling.
Not your
my
rabbit,
feelings.
my rabbit.
All the feelings are used to point to the feeler. This is the bondage of self. That's the bondage of self. You take yourself to be a doer of so much shit you have nothing to do with, really. Yeah? So it's a robbery in a sense. But see, you're the thief and the policeman, you play every role. Yeah? The problem with this is when you catch the thief, you call it me. Yeah? You don't see it as other. If you saw it as other, by seeing what you're not, there's a sense of what you are. Yeah? When you see what you're not, you get a sense of what you are. You can't get a sense of what you are any other way because you can't see it.
Right.
You can't feel
It's
it.
opposite.
It's like a bumper shot in pool. I can't hit the cue ball straight on or the 8 ball. I have to go ding, ding, ding. Yeah. So by seeing what I'm not, that's what I am in a sense. I am the seeing of what I'm not. Yeah. It's beautiful. As Hawaiian Post said, whatever can be perceived cannot be perceiving. So all of this is not what's perceiving. So this is I am seeing what I'm not. I'm seeing all that I'm not. And in that seeing it, I get a sense of what I am. Yeah. Beautiful, really.
And when you say all that you're not, it's like just what's at zero from yourself, right? Like what's here.
All this, everything that can be perceived cannot be perceiving. Yes? So everything that can be perceived is an appearance of that which is perceiving.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
So that which is perceiving is dreaming appearances of itself and is perceiving them seemingly from the dreamt, and therefore the dreamt takes the perceiving or the dreaming real. Yes?
Yes.
From the dreaming, you would see it as dreaming. From the dreamt, you see it as reality. Yeah? Now what happens is, we come to a talk like this, and then people hear that you're the dreaming, and they think it's the dreamt that's the dreaming. That fucking neuters the whole message again. Because then the dreamt thinks, I want 500 Cadillacs, new joints, tons of money, you know, I want to live the secret, the law of attraction, all this stuff. This is all coming from this idea of the dreamt entertaining that it's the dreaming. No, you see the dreamt from the dreaming. Yeah? For the dreamt to hear that it's dreaming, it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't. For the dreamt to hear it doesn't have self-will, doesn't go anywhere. The individuality feels like it has self-will. It's just that fucking system. You know what I mean? It can fool itself. I'm gonna have a mocha and then get there and get a soy latte. See, I have free will. It's pointless to talk about it, yeah? Because let's say if we went to a 3-day retreat to chant we're not a body, the only thing that's going to do that is a body.
Nice.
Seriously. And so all the chanting I'm not a body is reinforcing the idea of being a body. That's the dilemma, yeah? That's the thumb torture. If you don't see it, you're going to be looking from its effects. Seriously. Yeah? That's why after this sort of happened with me, it's always been happening, but with this seed assignment, I stopped. I never leave at this point, because it's pointless to go anywhere else without this being clear. Seriously. And you can repeat it over and over and over again, say it in thousands of different ways. Yeah.
And it will be.
Thousands of different ways.
And it will be said differently.
It's like you can saute, You know, cod, you can grill cod, you can sushi cod, but it's all cod. It's all the same fish. So you just basically, because I'm talking to what you are. And all what you are needs really is to start getting a sense of what it's not. So maybe it will lose interest in what it's not and gain interest in what it is, and that's what you call the abidance in the truth. You know? If it's in what you're not, it's called the anxiety that's being made out of what's not happening all day. It's the same energy, but what it's put in makes all the difference. Yeah. Yeah. And now, who gets the benefit of this entertaining? That which you're not. That's amazing, isn't it? The action figure, Paul. I could categorize what's happened to it since this idea has been entertained as traveling lighter for about 20-something years, yeah? Now, it didn't look like the way I hoped traveling lighter would look like. Everything's great, you know, fucking fantastic. No, what it did was, whatever life had in store for me as the action figure, I traveled lighter through it. And after years of that, I came to a conclusion. What more do you want, really? Yeah? This is not the chariot of the gods. This is not transcending anyone. It really isn't. It has its limitations. Maybe you can have the sense of surrender and compassion. They're very high levels, but it's not, you know. I can just say what's true to me, yeah. I've seen something, that's all. I've seen it. I've seen what I'm not. I've seen all the pointing, but there's no moon there. I make the leap into being the moon. The pointing, all the mental pointing is to me as what I am. So I'll believe that I'm something else. And so far it seems to work for maybe 60, 70 years. But every night you go to sleep and you forget it as if it never happened. And I'm sure that's going to be the case when this passes away. This will be seen as it never even happened. Because it hasn't really. What you are hasn't moved or been affected. It's really like that image of the sky, you know. Today was a beautiful example. Incredible sky. You know, let's say thousands of clouds go through it, or maybe 3 clouds go through it. Tons of planes. 4th of July explosions, but no effects ever occur in the sky, right? The sky doesn't get cut open with explosions, does it? The plane never calls the tower, says it ran into a big chunk of sky, does it? It can have 8,000 clouds, it's not like a traffic fucking thing, you know? It can hold whatever appears in it, yet, just like mind, the sky allows everything to appear in it, yet it's not affected by any of the appearances. Why not allow a little of that here? The only way it can come or appear here is through us. We're not going to get it out here. It's not available. We bring it here. We are that which we're looking for. Let some of that come through and realize this is not a cause, it's an expression. That's what this does. It's an expression, and there's also an observational quality, but there's no cause in it whatsoever. Yeah. The language constantly is calling you the doer, the thinker, the haver, the loser. It's a hypnotist you're living with all day. Yeah. There's an inherent awakeness right underneath our nose. You can seem to be awake to that fact. In other words, it can appear to what is awake that it's awake, or it can appear to what is awake that it's not awake. But it doesn't change the fact that we're awake. Yeah? In time, that which is awake can seem not to be awake. Not being awake can appear to be true to it. If it keeps listening to this all freaking day, for sure, it's a possibility. But does it change the fact that you're awake? No. Yeah? We're inherently what we are, untouched by anything what we're not comes up with. Get that through. So you won't see the mental state, all it wants is relevance. It wants to be able to be the one blocking you off from the sunlight of the spirit. It doesn't have that power. Yeah? Here's the clouds. If you're situated here, and there's the sun, and there's the clouds now have a power to block you off from the sun. But if you're on the sun side and the clouds are still there, do they have that power to block you off from the sun? Exactly. That's the whole point. Yeah? From one position, being identified as what we're not, a lot of things seem to be able to obscure us, cause us to forget what we are, lose the plot, all this. All of that is manufactured by a set position. It's false. You have never left the side of the sun, ever. Yeah? Clouds appear, thoughts appear, actions occur, feelings arise, all of that does it. But why do we give it the ability to imply that there's a someone? That's all made up. Everything is verbing. Everything is verbing.
Mm.
The mental state claims the verbing.
In other words, in a sense, everything is energy. Everything is an energetic movement. There are innumerable energetic movements. The human corporeal manifestation is an energetic movement. And there are many different types of energetic movements, obviously, because the appearance of differences of contrast, appearances of different life forms, different energy forms. Anything that's living, animals, plants, insects, humans, human beings, fish, microbial life forms, not visible to the eye. Any life form is a manifestation of an energetic movement. It's all energy jostling about. And it's all moving in various ways that are unpredictable. Just as unpredictable as the waves in the ocean.
The verb, the verbing to imply a noun. And then suddenly it presupposes the noun, and the noun thinks it's doing the verbing. That's exactly what's happening. You see it? There's verbing. There's a statement we use called selfing. Because I don't believe there's a self, but I believe there's selfing for sure. And so selfing is what the mental processes are used to do, which is they're in the act of being identified as a self. Now, it's not like the verb, the act of being identified, with the noun self. It's a whole verb. The act of being identified as a self is a whole verb called selfing, yes? So if you go into memories, if you go into the thought system, if you go into the narration, if you go into perceptions, you will always find it in the act of being identified as a self. Yes? So this is what happens. So what occurs is things happen, the mental state arises and implies or uses those things to imply it's happening to you. Yeah. So suddenly the verb implies the noun, and then the noun is presupposed before all the verbs. See? I've seen it. A guy came to see me in LA. Perfect example. He knows me, so he says, all right, Paul, let's call selfing Pauling, and let's say, all right, so on a bad day, how much is Paul Pauling? Is he Pauling 80%, 90%, And on a good day, how much is Paul Pauling? Like 10%? And he went on and on and on and on. I said, no, you're missing the whole point. There's Pauling that implies a Paul. You've already shown, you were the illustration of the fucking textbook. You suddenly took the whole story to mean Paul was doing the Pauling. The Pauling was used to imply the Paul. The action is claimed to imply the one who did the act. Yeah? So the emphasis of the whole narration is on the false noun. That's the presupposing of Brahmana statement. There's a supposing of a noun, and it's presupposed. It comes from the claiming of the verb. Everything is verbing. All there is verbing. All there is being. Yeah? The mental state claims the being to imply there's a being. Yes? Actions imply an actor. Seeing implies a seer. You didn't have that when you were a baby. You grew into it. When you were a baby, if you weren't in an abusive situation, there was just seeing, hearing, feeling, you were taking shits, fucking happy as hell, everything.
Yes,
yeah. There was no sense the mental state hadn't developed enough to claim the verbing.
Yep.
But once it did, pin that little title on that poor kid, and then the my comes in and all this shit. It's just
Birth name, birthright, go to school.
Completely. And what's the most attractive thing? You have a beautiful woman with $30,000 worth of clothing, $30,000 of plastic surgery, and then someone brings in a 6-month-old baby, everyone goes to the baby, because no one's home. The baby is just...
Boy, Craigo!
There is a solution in AA. Yes, completely. The freedom is prior to bondage. See, this is what I humbly believe. People are trying to get into the moment based on an insane idea that they could be out of the moment. I do not believe any of us have ever been out of any moment. Ever. Yeah. This whole idea of getting into the moment is just a reinforcement of this insane idea the mental state provides us, which is we're out of the moment. You fucking up. So we're trying to get into what we can't be out of, and then in recovery, we're trying to get out of self, which we can't be in.
We're fucking insane, Paul.
It's like a bizarro move.
Both of us, man.
And the thing is, we start at which comes after. We start as the noun instead of feeling the living of the verb.
We're fucking crazy.
We've got the neutered interpretation of the verbing from an imaginary noun's point of view.
The self-conjured self, Paul and I are seen as fucking insane, crazy people, man. Fucking crazy. A bit. Yeah.
I heard this. It's been an unspoken yes. It's never stopped reverberating. And here in this place, it has become the last answer, which is a fucking great answer.
It's the ultimate truth.
Because it negates all need for any other answers concerning this topic. Yes?
Truth of all truths.
It's worthy of the name solution because what it reveals is there's no real problem, so there's no need for a solution. It's the lightest way to go. You don't have to have a special little compartment for the solution. There's no need. You are that, what you're looking for. You are that, what you're looking for. What's looking is what you're looking for. St. Francis says, the seeker is the sought. You can't use the Buddha to seek the Buddha. You can't use mind to seek mind. You can't use light to seek light. Why would a master say that to Steve, Mary, Sue, and Joe unless they were the Buddha? The Buddha, a.k.a. Mary, right? Mary's thinking it's hearing the message. Hey, I can't use the Buddha. No, the message is to the Buddha. Hey, Buddha, you can't use yourself to find yourself. That's pretty damn clear, yes? What obscures it is when you think you're hearing the message. The message isn't for you. You've been served the spiritual subpoena, and just fucking go to the court date. Yeah, and you'll be surprised. Because you won't go to the court of the mind. You've been convicted there already.
Bond out.
Most people are just living out a sentence. You feel you've done something that's unforgivable, I'm sure, and you're suffering from that. We're all in little prison sentences. You go to the court of light, all your seeming transgressions are null and voided. And the Urban Renewal Project of constantly working on what you're not gets fucking canceled. And that budget goes to like now, where here, yeah, yes. And then you know what the word enough means, yeah? Like I stretch, I have to. Yeah, I try to swim when I can. Yes, I try to, the body attempts to maintain itself. But if you're doing like 16 hours of something, you're thinking you're going somewhere with the body, and you're not. So you're not gonna. Look at epiphanies. You ever see epiphanies? Ever have them? It's like a big intervention in your life. It's funny, if you watch it, if you ever have another one, watch when it seems to end. It usually coincides with the thought, I'm having an epiphany. See, you got disrupted and then regrouped, claimed the epiphany, and now it's fucking neutered. Now you go put it on your spiritual big game hunter mantle, and then you call up, 800 epiphany, and see, did anyone report a big epiphany? I had a big one, 7 hours in Bali also, under a waterfall, and I have 2 witnesses, fucking yes. Then you become, an epiphany fucking collector. You're not, spiritual awakening has nothing to do with spiritual experience. You're inherently fucking awake. They're like icings on the cake. Yeah. But you pass on the cake also. You pass on experience. You pass on everything that comes and goes when it comes at, which is always available at all times. You see the true value in what's truly reliable, something that never comes and never goes. You lose interest in fucking experiences. It's an addiction in itself, it can be. And spiritual addiction arises also. See, spiritual addiction is even worse than drug addiction because there's no interventions. No one's going to come to this meeting and say, you've had enough meetings, come on, let's go. They'll let you pay $100,000 for retreats, sign up for the 34th one, they just keep on letting you fucking show up. Yeah. You've got to rely somewhere in you, somewhere. You're the authority, not here. Let's call it the innermost. There's something in you that knows before all fucking knowing. Yeah? Do not lend that to someone else. Do not put it onto them as a way of hiding it in you. Yeah? You have a gut, you know what's so. And then respond accordingly. Fucking honor the invitation. Honor the gift. Yeah? You never get chipped. You're awake all the time, sleeping fucking all day. You don't believe you can be out of a moment. You don't believe you got to get out of anything. You're just here, completely here. That makes you of service. Mm-hmm. Being present and available makes you of service. Of service, not doing service, which is great, but of service. Present and available, that's our inherent condition. Like it or not. Yeah. So, any questions? Yes.
What if the self has been traumatized? What if you come from a lot of trauma and the self is very attached to that story so much that you can't?
Well, get the help you need. It's not the self, again, it's the mental states. But if you need to do something, you better do it. Because you're the dreaming of this dreaming. Yeah? You know what I mean? If you set up a requirement, you better fulfill that requirement. But then again, if there's no requirements necessary, then for you to make up requirements is unnecessary. Yes? And not everyone, I've had huge amount of fucking trauma physically. I got run over twice in one night. But that's hard to do, even if you set out to do it. I've had 16 operations. I've had people in this body for 17 hours at a time. This seems to be useful for whatever's using it. So, but if you're called on to take care of something as the action figure, you better do it. Yeah? If you feel like you gotta meditate, you better meditate until you feel like you don't have to. Yeah? Do you know what I mean? So take care of what isn't. Take care. It's like rendering unto Caesar's what Caesar's. As this body, you're in Rome. And so you do what Romans do. Take care of it if it seems to have the ability to obscure something. But then again, not everyone who goes through trauma has to have all that work.
And it's also chasing, what you're talking about too. You can just chase that feeling better or that letting go of what's happened in the past and just never let it go. Like never actually have a solution, just continue try to work on something and then just be even more aligned with what I'm trying to work on.
Yes, that's a dilemma, because we don't know the power that we are. So, you know, the observation distorts the observed. So let's say you get through all your family of origin stuff, and then your head will make up a family of origin in Mars, and you'll fucking have other shit to come through. Yes? Yeah. It doesn't mean, see, that this is the trip. It's not, you see the activity of the head. Yeah? So it's not really what you're doing that causes something to be a spiritual addiction. It's the sense of the doer of it, yeah? So it's not stopping doing. It's just whatever is happening and doing in your life, you can just use that as, well, who is that doer of it, yeah? Because the meaning of what you're doing isn't coming from what you're doing, it's coming from the doer. You might as well get clear of what's happening here. The Course in Miracles, very basically, mind's projecting, yes? And then we perceive. So there's projection and then perception. So the dreaming is projecting. Then when it takes itself to be the dreamt, it's perceiving. It's perceiving what's being dreamt as real. Because from here, you don't want to try to convince this what's happening. Go to that. Talk to the dreaming about the dreaming. And then there'll be some kind of, yeah. Yes?
50.1%.
Yes, because the dreamt is, its source code keeps it quite limited. Yeah? See, just when you're identified as what you're not, you're trying to be free as it. The possibility of freedom is severely limited by the identification as what you're not. You're trying to get better as that. Yes? So, you see? And also, that what you're not is based in time, so now your hopes about being okay, or I will be okay, or memory, I was once okay, everything gets hidden, it gets mutated through time and shit, yeah? So, the limitation itself, I saw it in the flash. Since I was 6 years old until that moment it happened, I saw that most of the theme of my life was I was trying to get out of me as me. That was why it was failing completely. There's no me to get out of. So my wanting to get out of me was, it's sort of like me running away from the shadow was casting a bigger shadow. The more I wanted to move away, the larger the shadow was. And I never realized I had anything to do with it. It's like this thing in oh yeah. No, I like to live dangerously. I woke up. You know, then you'd come back here a week from now and then have the thing fall and hit your head and think you're gonna wake up. In recovery, I swear, the action figure was avoiding shit my whole life. If my right arm was bleeding, I just looked left all day. I just fucking would not deal with shit. Yeah? And I was busily making shit unreal. That seemed so real. Came in recovery, everything got a chance to land. All this shit that I've been making as unreal as I could, because I was afraid of how real it was. I let it land. I didn't. It just landed, and it revealed that it's unreal. I was making it as real as it could be by trying to make it unreal. Yes? You've got to get this cosmic joke, or you're going to be the butt of it for a long time. Yeah, really. You have to see your own interest is the biggest obscuring agent. Because it's not, see, the great news is, and yet it's not you. That's the great news. This is not about gaining interest, it's really about losing interest in something, yeah? So that interest, like we say in AA, you'll lose interest in self. That doesn't mean you lose interest in you. You lose interest in self, which is what you're not, and you'll gain interest in others, yeah? So that's the beauty of it. So it's sort of like, if you try to lose interest, that would be interest, yeah? Don't you see? And in AA we have that statement, you got to quit playing God, which is one of the greatest statements in AA, probably the biggest unspoken step. It says you got to quit playing God. It doesn't work, yeah? All right, so what I'm saying is the head is playing God. Yeah? That thing that says when you wake up in the morning and how the day's going to be, that's God playing. Yeah? When it tells you how you're never going to be loved or you're not lovable, that's God playing. Yeah? So, all right, so here's this thing that's playing God, and then the advice is you got to quit playing God. It doesn't work. All right? So let's say that which is playing God hears that, and so now that which is playing God tries to quit playing God. That's playing God. Ad infinitum. How are you going to get out of it? So how do you get out of it? You see you're not that which is playing God. That's how you get out of it. So God, in a sense, takes back its interest out of that which is playing God. Yeah? So God goes, sucks the juice, and now the juice gets distributed where? Here. When? Now. Yeah? And that all that energy and interest that was enslaving you to yesterday and tomorrow up in one's head is now enriching your fucking Tuesday night. Yeah? It's the same energy. Really, it's energy is just energy. It's neutral. But it's going to manifest by what vehicle it's put in. If you put faith in the thought system, it produces tons of anxiety. Most people are suffering from the effects of what's not happening. Really, if you see it, we're really miracle workers. We're making shit out of nothing all day. The head is, we're not. The head is, isn't it? Look at the head. It can't escape now, but what it does, it distracts itself in now by having this idea of past and future, which it dwells on completely. Yes? Because it remembers you as a body in the past, and it remembers you by worrying about you as a body in the future, and it remembers you now by remembering you there and then. That's why it's so occupied in what's not happening, because it's trying to distract what is happening, yeah? So that it can disperse what's happening into what's not happening. So then something that's impossible can seem to be happening. That which is what's happening is forgetting what it is. Yes? It's a lot of fucking huffing and puffing. It seriously is.
I have a question about that. That seems clear, the preoccupation of future, past is not just a thinking thing. But also that seems futile as well to try to be in the moment, because that becomes a manifestation of the mind as well.
Yes, exactly.
So what's left to do? Like it just seems like
Be,
it's just playing its
be,
playing
maybe.
out.
Yeah.
I mean,
Why don't you, what's beautiful is go right there. What's left to do? You'll find out. Yeah. And you'll do it lightly. You will. You see, it's not about, we're saying this stuff not to try to change it, but just see that you're not that. Yes, that's all. I'm trying to describe all that implies what I'm not, so that you'll entertain I'm not that. Because the interest isn't about yesterday and tomorrow, it's about you in yesterday and tomorrow. It's like in recovery, they say we manufacture our own misery. I don't believe that. I say we are the facility that something manufactures misery in. We're like the factory that this parasitical movement uses to manufacture its fucking product of misery. I don't like the statement we manufacture our misery. That would be owning shit we have nothing to do with, really. And I really, to me, the whole thing of relief is seeing it as other. Yeah? Yes. Seeing it as other. Because if the act of identification is the obscuring agent, then seeing that which you're taking yourself to be you as other is the way you can see through it, to tell you the truth. Yeah? Yeah. So we're just describing what you're not finds its relevance in what we're not. in time, in yesterday and tomorrow. It has to be remembered. It's not here. Yeah? It doesn't exist. So it's underlying fear is just that. It's totally petrified of its non-existence. So it's constantly in the remembrance of itself. Yeah? And when there's those big gaps, where there are many during the day, it will tend to forget them like that. You look at what the mental state does. You have a miracle at 11, it forgets it by 12, and yet you're carrying around a resentment of 40 years that never even happened. You gotta see its bias is way off, yeah? Why would you want that to be the theme setter of today?
Is there a point where you intellectually understand absolutely it to be true, but yet it just played? That
For
even
sure.
The
Most definitely, because it's like blood getting pumped. It's gonna keep happening. You're not that. Don't wait for it to define the possibility that's available. Again, we're giving it relevance it doesn't deserve. Once again, in a subtle way, we're saying it has the ability to obscure us from what we are. It doesn't, yes? It will continue to go on, but the difference will be, instead of listening to it, you'll be hearing it, yeah? Because consciousness is there, there's hearing of it, but there'll be a lack of listening that will become very, very profound, yes? And therefore you'll be hearing something else other than thought, yes? Yes. Hearing is going to happen. Listening is something else, yes? Listening is an interest that it has something to do with you. The little presupposing has been spun, so to speak, yes? Yeah. Yeah. You'll know it. See, if I had a rash, and I believe that was psoriasis, so of course I buy a quart of psoriasis ointment, and I put it on, and I want to be right, it doesn't seem to be working, but so I keep putting more on, and I think it's getting better, but it's fucking not, yeah? And then I finally give up, and I buy some tins, and I finally put one on, and it removes it, then I read what it was for, eczema, so now I know what I was suffering from by the relief from it, yes? You'll know what you're suffering from by the relief. You'll see what you're not. You'll see it's rooted in the act of being identified. That is the bondage of self. Yeah? The bondage of self is a seemingly so. Yeah? That's assumed to be authentically, historically correct by the mental state, really. It's all assumption and supposing, but its authority, it'll sound like it's full of fucking shit, but it'll be up there like a crow fucking roostering or whatever. You know? A crow roostering? Roostering, crowing or whatever. Yeah? It's funny. It is. I can give you a very simple example. All right? Here's just, let's say, consciousness, yeah, whatever, on this. And then there's the mental state is chumming on the surface, throwing, like, you know, when you chum fish, you throw shit at meat and blood and everything. All right, so let's say you're a loser, you're never going to be loved. Oh, that one thing you did, you should never have done that. You know, you're on that hook for the rest of life. So it's chumming, and then it draws an attention, so consciousness arises, comes up to the fish, to the bait, bites the bait. And immediately as it bites the bait, it feels like a fish, yeah? And not only that, it's projected to be a historical fish and a future fish, just like that, in no time at all. Selfing is arising all day, always arising to the chum of the narration. Yes, bite it, becomes that, bite it, loser, bite it, never going to be loved, bite it, you know, and it always gets spun into time, always. You see it. When you're bummed out, you make through it, but when you're bummed out, it says it's going to be like this forever. Then you're apt to do almost anything. It always fucking infuses it with time, and then that's it. That's the manufacturing of it. Yeah? And you're the facility that's being used. Nothing right or wrong with it, but maybe you'd like to see it, you know. So, yeah. So if you're interested, you have tons of what do we have? Videos, YouTube. Paul Hederman, tons of repetition. Because I find repetitions helpful. Because you never know when the lazy Susan is going to get through, you know? You just keep putting the same mail. Sometimes it gets to the right slot. And then there's a, you know? And then more will be revealed. Yes? Yeah. And then, yeah. Yes.
So you're sort of saying there's nothing to be done and it's a trap, or so that it perpetuates that self-identification when you're doing and seeking. But then are you saying that this process of arising or connecting with one's true nature is just grace and it just occurs, or is there a field of presence or activity or something that facilitates that? Or, I mean, for me personally, when I'm in this I can be very tight around ego and self, and I can operate in that for days and weeks, and that doesn't feel very conducive, right, to letting that go. And then there can be other states of being, or even just practice of this. I know you may be down on meditation, but that actually seem to be more open and then more facilitative.
Yes, for that,
right?
yes, for the action figure, for sure.
So is there anything wrong with that, or are you seeing?
There's nothing wrong with it, but just realize that it's the action figure. Let's take out the transcending enlightenment and just look at it as brain-body maintenance. Yeah, really.
That's good, isn't it?
First of all, the retreats will be less money. Really, who's going to go on a retreat for brain-body? Enlightenment? Fucking, I'm paying $5,000. But you know, but really, a lot of spirituality practice is, maintaining the brain-body. I don't see it as spiritual at all, to tell you the truth. I think what our inherent condition is being itself. There's no need to maintain it. I just really think that categories are misnamed. I do. I think spirituality is just getting better, and that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. But see, if it wasn't about you, you would travel much looser through it all. Maybe you wouldn't be like in a race to get really better. You know what I mean? Or try to see, try to be the last person up from the meditation pillow. Make sure I heard all the footsteps. You know what I mean? Who knows? A lot of shit would be dropped, and you would do it in a much more casual, and you'll probably be led not to do so much, really. Because the body needs maintenance, but it's not perfection. Yeah? I take care of the body, but I'm not polishing it 14 hours a day. I just want to have a quality of life, and then I'm off. Yeah? Just do things just like that. That comes very easy when you don't see it as you. When you see it as you, it's like seen as the center of the universe. It is, and the thoughts are really. It's like taking sunlight and focusing it on an object. The object's just going to get incinerated by it. To be thought about so much is unbelievable, isn't it? Really, can this really hold the responsibility of the center of the universe? Really? It's all about me? It's just way too much for it. You know what I mean? It farts, it does shit like that. No. One of the great releases is for the body. It really, this is, just as a joke, we'll do this one. Dualism is subject-object, yes? So sometimes there's a feeling of you're the subject, like you're seeing. Sometimes you're being thought about as an object. So, all right. So as the subject, you sign up for a retreat. 2-week, 3-week retreat, you know what I mean? Great food, everything like that. And you're thinking, I'm going to get fucking clear and high and everything like that and stuff like that. So you get there. But then the object comes up. And you ever go into the Zendo or the meditation hall? The first day, there's a little square cushion and one cushion. And after about 4 days, there's like castles of cushions. The whole dominant thing is your left cheek. Your whole cheek is like, why the fuck did you come to this retreat? It doesn't want to sit for 13 hours. It knows it's not going anywhere. It's only there for the food and maybe the tantric shit or whatever. You know what I mean? But let's get on with that. 13 hours, it's like, oh, come on, it's painful. You know what I mean? So watch out whose side you gotta see where the tension is, you know, because the subject may be getting the object into a big fucking pickle, you know what I mean? Aye. 13 hours. I used to go to retreats in Thailand. 13 hours. Well, you'd mix it. 7 sitting, 6 walking. And you'd only have like a watered down soup. I lost like 20 pounds in 20 days, and I'm thin. I was there 21 days, I lost a pound a day. 13 hours, I had fucking tons of spiritual experiences. They don't add up to shit. Tons of it, tons, everything, mandalas spinning, blah, 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 blah. But then you take the tuk-tuk back to town. After about a day, it's all fucking gone. It's back to, this thing is like you know, like you ever break a thermometer, yeah. and then all the mercury just pulls back in. This is like selfing. As long as you're there, selfing is going. Yeah. So I just found it. I like meditating. I'm not against it really. What I'm against is not seeing that it's being claimed to imply the meditator. That's the point of sharing here. I went to talks like this, not like this, but much more loving gaze type talks and shit. And I didn't hear this emphasized. I didn't hear it emphasized. Yeah? I didn't hear that you're the thief and the policeman. All I heard was, all these things about what we are, not about the activity of what we're not. And I saw the activity of what we're not is actually the topic to be studying, not the fucking topic of what we are. Because what we're not is going to be claiming to be what we are. Yeah? That's what it does. At the supersonic speed in time. So I said, fuck, I'm going to look at that. And then by looking at that, it became obvious I'm not supposed to look at anything else. So we've been sharing the same message now for years. It's not that popular. Because there's not much you can make out of it, really. You know what I mean? Really. You're not going to get, there's not levels or hierarchies. It's just, but I'm sticking to it. Because I just don't see, Wouldn't it have been nice to know in those 13 hours of meditation that my mental state was there, claiming it to imply the meditator? I would have liked to have known that. I would have. I didn't know it at the time. I didn't know the shadow activity that was eclipsing the sun that I thought I was. I didn't know. I didn't see it. Yeah? I thought it was Paul improving, and Paul could improve to such a point that Paul would transcend as Paul and be there to experience its own absence, which is total fallacy. Not what? Yeah. There's no thing. So from my own experiences, when I saw this, I felt, hey, I'm gonna treat I'm gonna share it with people with the hopes that they can see it and maybe save themselves a lot of time and trouble. Yeah. Because, can you imagine if you did something your whole life, seemingly, and it was claimed by something else? That all the profit or all the investment that you thought you were putting in was being funneled somewhere else completely? That the imaginary projection was just getting larger and larger through all your effort? Wouldn't you be a little pissed when you found out about that? I think so. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you be pissed that somebody didn't say anything? That someone didn't explain, hey, Paul, I see that you're very sincere. Yeah, that you've come from a lot of trauma or whatever. You have a calling. Let me lay out some of the pitfalls of that itself. That highest quality you think you have is going to be used to undermine everything. What? What? Really? Yes. Your own interest is going to be used as the biggest obscuring agent. What? And especially, you've made this thing called spirituality so noble, it's going to produce a giant projection. It's going to be the biggest obscuring cloud of all. So your greatest hopes are actually reinforcing that which you wanted relief from. That's a mind-boggling, rude awakening. And I feel like people have the right to hear it, because I see it's not personal. The mental activity doesn't mean it succeeds, but it's going to claim to be the seer and the hearer and feeler. You're not going to train it not to do it. You're not. You can beg it, you can give it an understanding, it doesn't fucking care. That's its action and reaction, yeah? So you might as well, it's sort of like in recovery, you're not gonna domesticate the parasite, you know? It's not gonna become your friend or your service dog. It's fucking wants a life, and it's gonna use yours. It's not personal, but if yours is open, fucking it's gonna use it. So this to me is the whole point, is to share these things. The great masters shared them. They put them out there. There's some kinds it's arcane. You could read a lot of things and never see them, but maybe you were lucky that you ran into it and you notice it. Then you notice it in all the writings, saying it in all these different ways, that the biggest obscuring agent is looking for what you are from what you're not. What? Yeah. So that's the whole point. That's why I keep coming. Because I was totally invested in my spirituality, and this wasn't coming freely. I had no idea that I was living from the shadow, basically, completely. Yeah. So when it hit, I stopped those things without effort, because I saw the futility of it all, personally. Now, maybe it's your calling. To me, it wasn't. Yeah. I saw the utter futility of my doing. They just saw it. So something had to stop. And so the spiritual pants fell down. I didn't pull them back up. And I just waited for fucking direction, really. And you know, my mental state had a lot of investment in it, because I didn't have much to hang my hat on. I wasn't even a good house painter, but I thought I was a pretty good spiritual seeker. You know, I did. So I had an identity in that. And there was an investment there. The mental state had some investment in it. I traveled a lot, retreats, all this shit. Had a nice resume, loving gaze sometimes, you know, my eyes are clear. This and that, helping a lot of people. But hey, fucking, see, to me, these are like spiritual shoes. You can't use the Buddha to seek the Buddha. When you put the shoe on and it informs you that's exactly what you've been doing, it's probably going to solicit or elicit a pause. that engine that's keep idling is going to stop and, you know, get redirected. Yeah, and so that's the whole point. It's the whole point of this talk. Yeah, and then people take me wrong, and maybe I'm not as clear as I can be. I have nothing wrong with meditation. I just think all spirituality should be like a cigarette pack, that this could be dangerous to your health, yeah? Because you may not know something's going on that's going on. And what you're doing may be being used to imply a doer that you don't, you're doing to get out of that doer. And the doing's being turned into reinforcing the doer you want to get out of. Yeah. All right, that's it, eh?